Let us craft one for you today. Welcome to Delicious.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham. So why is it important for you guys to produce a better and more unique experience for the buyer here at EAW?
Well, it's important because word of mouth goes a long way. Everyone is quick to put up a Google review, and it's all about taking care of the customer to get that 5-star rating in return.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from the next round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway. Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Coming off an NFL draft weekend in what is virtually a contract year for Eli Ricks as he transfers from LSU to Alabama, not the kind of headline you like to start the week off. It'll be a year from now when Eli Ricks goes to the draft and will likely be a first round. But you see little bitty things cost guys like Nakobe Dean and others some draft position. This headline, Brown, not something you want from Eli Ricks today.
It is not, as Lance, he's the first guy I heard coin this. Lance used to always say, we got several seasons. You got football season, spring practice, and then a rest and suspension season. We've had to add portal season. Eli Ricks is part of that, obviously. But a rest and suspension season got started really quickly after the draft, and Eli Ricks pulled over. He's arrested. He's going to get out of these charges if history holds. But it's right. You're right, Jim. You just don't like to see this kind of stuff. If you haven't seen the story, arrested Sunday afternoon by Mississippi Highway Patrol, charged with speeding, no insurance, and possession of marijuana. It does point out it was his first offense, which is why I say generally these charges end up finding a way to get dropped.
4 corners were taking in the first round of this NFL draft this past weekend. He's a guy, if he plays up to that level, just because of the publicity he'll get playing for Alabama now, he could definitely be a first-round guy. I haven't seen any projections for next year yet. The weed thing. So the weed thing used to be so taboo.
Yeah.
Right.
But now, if you're realistic and you're one of these general managers, I mean, it's legalized in a lot of different states. I know it's not in Alabama. I know it's not in Mississippi. But I think it is something you probably can get past.
No, if I were an NFL general manager and a guy could play, right? If I know a guy can play and I really like him, and they say, okay, here's the character report. And I say, okay, arrest. Give me the details on this arrest. I had some weed on him. I'm like, we're ignoring that one.
Yep.
I mean, if that's it, he got arrested for a little bit of weed on him.
Unless the only reason it's a story is if it becomes a habitual problem.
Yeah, if he's arrested 5 times for
that's
it.
right. Or he's losing game time.
Or intent to distribute, something like that.
We're very close to a time where we won't even test for this. And I think we've changed the threshold for even in college of when we test, how we test, if you're suspended, when you're suspended, how many you have to get suspended, how many negatives you have to get before you're suspended. Even before we play football again, we may eliminate testing altogether for several of these type things, including marijuana use. I think it's 31 states now.
Probably. I mean, it continues to, grow, and it will continue to grow.
Yep. And then speeding is something we all do every day. The no insurance is a thing that you see happen with college kids sometimes. So that's an Eli Ricks thing. The only thing you don't want to be is if you're in a situation where you have 2 like people, right? 2 corners who are exactly the same, and they start making a decision, and anything that separates you, eventually your football talent wins out, right? This isn't Randy Moss back in his draft day where he slipped, should have been the first guy overall in the draft and slipped, to 18? Still went in the first round. Still blown away some of the guys that didn't get drafted this time, who slipped to the second round, who slipped to the third round. We'll talk about the NFL draft coming up, but that Eli Ricks story is something that's on college football minds as we start.
What kind of car was he in?
Don't know. Don't know.
I'm just in today's NIL. It just really interests me though.
We'll find out. I'm sure at some point it'll be part of the story there. As we get rolling today, the show being brought to you in part by our friends at Champions Boxing. If you're looking for a wonderful way to get in shape here in this year of 2022 as we get ready for pool season, LT was out by the pool this weekend. I was trying to walk a little extra on the golf course back on Saturday. We played 27 holes, and it didn't take me very long to realize that I need to up my cardio out there as my game started to go south on hole 9. I made it 8 holes before stamina became an issue. Stamina never a problem if you use our friends at Champions Boxing right there at the corner of Highway 119 and 31, right behind the Purple Onion in Pelham. What do you get at Champions Boxing? You get an unbelievable mental and physical workout with USA boxing trained trainers there. This isn't a fight club. You get the opportunity to jump in the ring, hit heavy bags, just do all the cardio that you get, and you do it with a great atmosphere there at Champions Boxing. This is brand new fitness and competition training using the fundamentals of the sport of boxing. You can call them up 205-358-8176, 358-8176, or stop by and check them out for ages 7 and up. Or you can go to the Facebook page, Champions Boxing AL. Champions Boxing AL, a great facility right behind the Purple Onion, the I-65 Oak Mountain Amphitheater exit there. All right, away from that, another big story in college athletics that everyone is watching, and I don't know where we are today on this. Jordan Addison, I don't know, is he staying at Pitt? Is he at USC? What's the situation for Jordan Addison? Arguably the best receiver in the country that wasn't in the playoffs last year. I won't call him the best receiver in the country, but the best receiver in the country, it wasn't in the playoffs last year. He did win the Blitnikoff, though, right?
He did win the Blitnikoff. This was a guy, and going back to Kenny Pickett. Kenny Pickett had a tremendous year, but he had 17 touchdowns, 100 grabs last year. I mean, those are big numbers for a college kid.
This guy made Kenny Pickett a lot of money.
He did. And Jordan Addison was fantastic last year. And when you look at the two top projected receivers coming out in 2023, Jackson Smith and Jigba from Ohio State, who is a fabulous receiver, and then Jordan Addison's probably your number 2 guy.
Yeah,
he's that good.
So is he leaving, going to USC? There's tampering conversations that are going on with USC. Pat Narduzzi apparently not happy that this is even part of the conversation. I don't know where we are today on Jordan Addison. Is he in? Is he out? Didn't we have a May 1st deadline? Here we are on May 2nd.
Yeah, I mean, he would have had to have hit the deadline to officially be in. I guess we'll see that at some point. The whole tampering thing is interesting. Like, I guess the NCAA would investigate that. But if you're Pat Narduzzi, I mean, you can beat the drum on that all you want, but really, do you think the NCAA is going to waste their time investigating it, and be able to prove it?
Well, and Caleb Williams is the tie, the quarterback now.
Right.
Went from Oklahoma to USC. They're both from D.C. They've got a relationship. It would be easy for him to reach out. What are you really going to do about that?
If Caleb Williams reached out to him and said, hey, look, I have gotten to USC, and, buddy, you would not believe this place.
And there's money to be had.
Yeah, there's money everywhere. It's like the Garden of Eden has a football team. You need to come play here at USC. Newsflash, there's nothing the NCAA can do about that. Not one thing. Now, if they could prove that Lincoln Riley is saying, say this to him, say this to him, say this to him, yeah, but are you going to be able to prove that? So if you're Pat Narduzzi, you're wasting your time talking about tampering. If the kid doesn't want to be there, I know this is awful because you've recruited him. You've probably paid him a little bit. You've got him some NIL stuff. You've developed him. You've put a lot of resources into the guy. But if he doesn't want to be there, this day and age, he doesn't have to stay there.
Well, at 2 points, Addison says it's not about an NIL deal. It's about, the professional development that he can get with Lincoln Riley. Nice shot at Pat Narduzzi, by the way.
Yeah, really.
The other thing, you mentioned the May 1st deadline. If he wants to be eligible for next season, he had to submit by then unless he gets a special waiver. And I don't know how he gets special waiver because you have so much time.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know. I don't know how you don't get a special waiver now. There seems to be so many ways for you to move freely.
That's a good point.
It could happen. As Ian AU fan points out, you have until May 1 to inform your school, and then the school has 2 days to put you in the portal. So you'll see a few more the next few days.
Yeah,
so he likely made the deadline. It'll float out today. But Brown, on the field, this is another huge get for Lincoln Riley. And you start to wonder, can he piece together enough of these portal guys for them to rise into Pac-12 championship contention in year one and possibly a dark horse playoff contender in year one?
Maybe so. And, I mean, Lance, he replaces Drake London pretty well. I mean, Drake London was really, really good enough to be the first receiver selected in the NFL draft, but this is not a huge step down.
No,
if a step down at all, even. So, I mean, to your point, Jim, you just replaced a first-round NFL draft pick with another potential first-round NFL draft pick if you're Lincoln Riley.
And he's not the only great receiver they brought in.
No, and you've got, what is a better quarterback?
Oh, absolutely, getting him the football. And Caleb Williams.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I think USC, they've added 15 transfers out of the portal. So, yeah, he's piecing this thing together. I still think this roster is probably a little ways off, but you start to look at the schedule. USC's got an opportunity. They've only got really 2 real difficult games, maybe 3 difficult games.
Utah and who?
At Utah, they've got Notre Dame to end the season, and I would consider at UCLA a difficult game.
On my list right here that I keep in front of me every day, I've got my projected top 25 and their first test of the season. For instance,
right.
I even put Alabama week 2 at Texas.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Week 1, Notre Dame. I don't think either team loses those games, but it's a first interesting game. I don't have an interesting game for USC until week 7 at Utah.
So you're saying
they've got time to piece this all-star roster together,
right?
And they can take the name tags off by the time they go to play Utah.
Yeah, at Oregon State, just because Jonathan Smith is building something there, they've lost games in Corvallis before.
Unless they're playing a foggy Thursday or Friday night game near Halloween, I'm out on that one.
It's a Saturday game. But,
Saturday day game.
Unless they move out
foggy.
Unless they move out to FS1, then I'm not worried about it.
Yeah. Used to at Stanford, you'd be like, we got to go to Stanford week 2. But
no identity.
David Shaw has let that program slide so bad, you don't even bat an eye at that one.
Yeah, in Arizona State the last couple of years, they've been somewhat relevant, but it seems like they're going in the wrong direction.
I will point out, at Stanford last year, they beat Oregon in Palo Alto. So, they get it together one day. You never know. But I'm with you, Jim. I look at that schedule. I'm like, there's not a whole lot that scares me to death until I'm at Utah. And, again, if you get past that one, it's going to be hard for them not to win the Pac-12 championship at that point.
All right. We'll get to your best and worst of the weekend as well. Anything that happened to you this weekend on or off the field or the diamond or the court. In your personal life, whatever. We love best and worst of the weekend. We'll do that coming up in our next segment, part of the opening segment here, being brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right, coast to coast, Maine to California. Where Bo Nix is, out in Oregon, all the way to where Bo was, down in Auburn, Alabama. Mortgage Right can hook you up with the best mortgage in America.
Yeah, Mortgage Right puts the M in mastery when it comes to purchasing a new home, so let them make home ownership a possibility for you. Landing a mortgage is priority number 1 when you want to buy a home, and with Mortgage Right, it doesn't have to be a hassle. They will give you the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. If you've been thinking about purchasing a new home, now is the time to act. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Start that home buying journey today. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
We roll out yesterday to Leeds, Alabama, is the way the Associated Press calls that. Leeds, Alabama, the Barber Motorsports Park. And just a sold-out, beautiful day for the Indy race, the Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama, presented by our friends at America's First Credit Union. And what a job that facility, the folks at the Bruno event team, what they do to put that event on. It is just beautiful on a race Sunday when the skies don't have a cloud in the sky after the morning rain.
And this is not, I don't know how this would go over for me to say this. I'll just say it and you can tell me if it sounds like a slight or not. I don't feel like I'm in Alabama when I'm there. Now, I love Alabama. I'm just saying that is such a non-Alabama event that we've made Alabama. I don't even know.
I would agree. I don't
know if that's a compliment or not.
I was tag watching yesterday. I saw Idaho. I saw crazy. Oregon, Minnesota.
Yeah, that's why you don't feel like you're there, right? It just feels like you're in a different world when you go.
Well, and looking, if you just woke up from a dream and you had never been there before, you could be in Europe.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very wine and cheese crowd it feels.
Well, you don't see buildings other than the main race center and the museum. You don't see roads or anything. Even the roads to get in are hidden by trees. It's just the racetrack, beautiful greenery, great landscaping, and about 35,000 fans who are basically mostly picnic style, laid out on blankets and chairs, sunning themselves, probably drinking a little wine and beer and eating some cheese and other delicacies, and sitting there watching open wheel racing. And the beauty of the track is the one thing you just cannot get over. And then, if you've never been, and LT commented about this, one of the turns, you're coming over a hill, a blind turn, and then another sharp turn as you go down the hill, and those things look like they're slot cars. They're so tied to the track at such a high speed and making those turns, it is almost like you're a little kid on Christmas morning again, and you're 7 years old, and you're looking down on those little slot racers you used to race with those little trigger guns.
I loved those things.
I did
loved
too.
them.
I used to hate,
is that still a thing?
I used to hate when it would come off the track.
Yeah, you take a turn too tight and go
yes,
and
but
tumble around.
Those were always a great.
Did you have the loop?
And then then as I got older,
They'd have them where
you're using two hands. Did you race yourself, or did you?
Of course he did.
I've done a lot of things myself over the years,
Gentlemen,
including
start
racing, slot racing. But some of the tracks you'd get to the point where you'd add the extra thing, and it would have crossover spots. You can have wrecks there. Those are the best ones.
My nephew had one that would go up on the wall. Like I
remember that one.
You could attach the track to the wall, and the car would go up the wall and around and back down the wall.
They call that the high banks.
Yes, the high banks over in Georgia.
One of you guys asked me who won the race yesterday, and I told you I'd seen the name, but I'd never
heard of the guy. But Pato Award.
I've never heard of that first name. Have you?
Pato?
Is that the way you're going? Pato?
I think that's Pato.
Well, what nationality is it?
He's Mexican.
I think I'd go Pato. Award is a weird Mexican last name. Are you sure he's Mexican?
Award is the popular, I'm reading verbatim here, the popular Mexican driver used a strong outside pass of pole sitter Rinus VK.
You're saying it's a great name that he both gets St. Patrick's Day and Cinco de Mayo.
Well, it's a very Irish last name, Award. You just don't see that coming much out of the...
He's from Monterrey, Mexico. He is of Irish descent.
See, there you go. I knew it couldn't be straight Mexican. Yeah.
Yeah. So there you go. But
Pato is very
Pato
Mexican.
The way it is? There's the celebration over at Victory Lane yesterday. Yeah. Is it Victory Circle, Victory Lane? What do we call it in Indy racing? It's probably Victory Circle.
Yeah. He's pumped.
Yeah.
That's his first ever win.
Yeah.
I go for Pato.
It's a good win. I'm going to go Pato on that.
Pato?
But I may be wrong.
Pato Award?
I think it's Pato.
Of course, I can't pronounce the name.
His name is actually Patricio. Patricio.
So it's got to be Pato.
Does that put me back in play?
Well, no. If you're going to say Patricio, you wouldn't make it Pato. You'd make it Pato.
Patricio.
Don't try to sound it out with me. I hate that. I used to hate when not you. I mean, it started very early on when they're teaching
phonetics.
You to speak. Yeah, when they would be like, pa, pa. Do your mouth like this? Pa, pa. I'd be like, hey, I can't say it. Let's just move on. I would do that.
Let's just move on.
I mean, did you have to have a foreign language class to graduate college?
No, we could take computer science or foreign language. I did take a foreign language class. Remember, I took Thai.
I'd have paid money to see you in computer science.
I've never heard you. You took Thai?
Sawat di krap.
What's that mean?
Hello. And goodbye.
It's a aloha
I don't
in Thai.
think that's what it means.
I know.
No, it really does. That's the only thing I learned, though.
I mean, when I asked Lance what it meant, there was part of me that shivered in fear. Like, I really don't know what.
See, I try to tell my kids, if you're going to be there, try to learn something. I wish I could go back and I would have taken Spanish. Why not?
Well, I did twice.
I wish I had finished Spanish.
Take it for 4 consecutive years and try to learn a little bit.
Yeah.
Be able to, un poco.
I took a foreign language 4 years of my 5.5 at Montevallo.
Yeah.
Failed Spanish, failed French, passed French with the D to finally get my one foreign language I had to have.
Well, this is interesting.
That's not a Montevallo commercial, by the way.
We'll talk about them later. Those of you that have followed the show for a long time know my struggles with Spanish at Jacksonville State. It's one of the reasons I don't have my degree there, because I waited too long to take the Spanish.
We're over Spanish on the table.
We really are. But you know what? My oldest daughter has learned a good bit of it. So my youngest is playing soccer. And the best player, like the first practice, I heard his mom talking to him in Spanish, and I'm like, all right, we got one good player. We got one Spanish speaker in the group, so we're good to go. And my daughter, like, she'll what?
Leave it to Brown to be profiling right here on the sidelines.
Oh, no. If you got a soccer team, you want some Spanish speakers.
No, I think
the Spanish-speaking countries generally do well at soccer.
I think it's well documented we don't do well at soccer.
That's right, yeah. The last thing I want is a bunch of English speakers. So I would like some Spanish speakers on my team.
Q Brown's daughter going to the Pelham Ice Rink later today for hockey practice. All right, any French speakers out here?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what we're looking for.
French Canadians.
Yeah, so this one player's mom she's actually on the phone, and she's having a conversation in Spanish. So I'm like, all right, well, we at least got one good player. But my point was going to be, yesterday at the soccer game, after we hit Indy, I went to my daughter's soccer game, and the mom sometimes yells at him in Spanish, and my daughter is able to translate. She's saying, and I'm like, man, you have learned a lot of Spanish. I was blown away by that.
I think it's a younger generation thing.
Maybe so.
The roommate was almost fluent for a while.
Yeah, I mean, because when she's yelling from the sidelines to her son on the field, it's coming fast and furious.
Yeah. I think my son has been taking it on the reg pretty much since 3rd or 4th grade.
Is he pretty fluent in it?
He is.
Yeah, my daughter is too. I'm very impressed.
If I can get fluent in 6 months, will you guys let me out of the bracket challenge?
No.
Well, how are we going to judge that?
No.
You got to give a high school test.
Yeah.
First off, you could sit here and say a bunch of things that sounded Spanish, and neither one of us would know if you're fluent or not.
That's true.
We would need to bring in a translator. And then knowing you would have paid that person off to say, oh, yeah, he nailed that. He is actually saying the Mexican Constitution.
I do wonder, what is the quickest somebody's ever been able to pick up a second language?
Well, didn't Barkley, did he not endorse Hooked on Phonics for a while?
Yeah, but I don't think he ever followed it. I thought he was going to learn Spanish to go to Cuba, right? Didn't he tell us that? Yeah. He was going to go to Cuba, so he wanted to learn
Hooked on
Spanish?
Phonics teach foreign languages?
Well, no, what is it?
Rosetta Stone.
Rosetta Stone.
Yeah.
He was a spokesperson for Rosetta Stone. Yeah. I would like to, when next time Barkley's on, let's ask him how that's going.
I'm sure I know the
answer. I'm
answer.
Say he tapped out of that one.
I don't think Charles finished.
Well, you don't think he uses the Capital One credit card?
He did have T-Mobile for a while.
You don't think he works at Subway? Or eats at Subway?
I don't think he does.
I mean, he always gets interrupted in those commercials.
Charles strikes me as a cash-only guy. Lunsford is the exact opposite. Does not carry cash.
That's so old school.
I know.
Nowadays with crypto and everything, I can use
that.
my phone to pay for everything.
I know. I was on the golf course with a guy the other day, and we were playing a money game. He's like, I'm going to have to Venmo you guys. I never carry cash. I'm like, I mean, I at least have some cash.
Yeah. That's why if you're here at the Blue Lake Center and you're going to rob us as we walk out, choose Brown, not Lunsford. I'm always flat broke, so don't worry about me. You can't get crypto credit or cash from me.
The birds carry cash, right?
They do. They got it stored everywhere.
A lot of it. A lot of it. We did finish up, the three of us anyway, finished up the Ozark. 7 episodes of their final year. I watched the 30-minute goodbye to Ozark. Did you guys watch that?
Oh, I didn't see that. Who is it, like the cast saying their favorite memories?
Yeah, it is. And
interesting.
It's right there at the end.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I need to watch that. Is it a separate file?
Nope.
Separate.
It's right there. If you finish afterwards, it says, starts counting down to 30 minutes to goodbye.
Well, mine didn't do that.
Yeah, mine didn't do that.
Farewell to the Ozarks.
Yeah, mine suggested a new series or something. That's all it did during the credits.
Yeah. Did it take you to Ruth's new series? That's where mine was taking me.
No, she's got a series?
It's the
one where she's like
I haven't watched
pretending to be somebody else, an aristocrat over in Europe.
Inventing Anna or something like that.
Yeah,
that's what it was. But we have different thoughts on that. But, with respect to spoiler alerts, we're not going to get into them today. Is there a way we can open the envelopes later?
I don't think so.
We could laugh. Y'all will laugh at mine because I swung and missed on 2 of mine.
I thought I came really close.
Yeah.
Until 20 minutes to go, I thought I had it.
I think you and I might have had the same one.
Yeah, I swung and missed on 2 of mine. I guess we need to do that in the podcast, in the spoiler podcast. Yeah.
We need to see where Rocky is on that. Did you finish it, Lunsford?
He's not watching it.
I've watched 2 episodes ever of Ozark.
So no. Okay.
No.
All right.
Yeah.
How can you hate a guy getting thrown off a building?
It's just not my thing. I'm rewatching Breaking Bad instead.
Which I haven't seen. I haven't finished it. Too dark for me.
I think it's perfect. I'm rewatching it now. You need to rewatch it now while Better Call Saul is doing the first half because they're doing the 2-half thing too. That way when the first half's over, you rewatch Breaking Bad because then they're going to bring Walt and Jesse into the second half and you'll be caught up.
I'm about 3 or 4 episodes into Better Call Saul too. Stopped it there too.
Never mind.
Yep. No, I'm going to go back and watch both of them at some point.
Yeah, with the Bond series.
Yeah. Much like I did at Game of Thrones. It took me years to finally finish
I want to see
that.
if anybody's seen this, the Shining Girls, the new Apple Plus with Elizabeth Moss. It seems like something your wife would like.
I have no idea what that is. No.
I just wonder if anybody's watched it. I was going to start it, but
all right, that's our weekend. Best and worst of the weekend coming up. Part of the show being brought to you today by our friends at Redmont Distilling, Redmont Vodka. Tell us about the great folks at Redmont, the official vodka of us, and the soon-to-start World Games here in Birmingham.
Yeah, we mentioned Charles Barkley. He's one of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka because it's locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides a smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores. Pick up a bottle today of Redmont Vodka.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey guys, Scott Forrester here to tell you that Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. I've lost 22 pounds in just 8 weeks. I weigh less than I did back in college. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
Tendinitis can drive a golfer to flub their shots or turn a 5K run into a stroll. And that backhand is now a bunt. Don't get comfortable with discomfort. Schedule an appointment with Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics for help in making your greatest comeback. Today is the day to get back in the game. Call 855-219-6200 to make an appointment or find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
We all see what's going on with supply chain problems. Grocery store, gas station, hardware store, the one-time supply chains are not a problem when products are made in the United States. That's where Red Wing Shoes has an advantage. Red Wing Shoes has been making footwear in the USA for more than 100 years. That American quality doesn't come alone. It comes with excellent customer service. Using a 3D scan, the Red Wing team will measure your feet to ensure a great fit. You've always wanted to try the best, and you deserve the best. Visit your local Red Wing Shoe store in Trussville and Pelham.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Art imitating life.
He loses his train of thoughts in some of the interviews. Talking about Wyatt. In his real interview, he doesn't have the accent, but he'll pause in between words and blink a couple of times before he catches the next word, and you're always like, God, it's not really all acting there sometimes. I have thoughts on that. On how it all ended. Brown has thrown out a Russian-like grade, calling it a B+ for the series. Is that what you're doing?
What was Russian about that?
It seems to be a little low for what is being considered by some to be one of the greatest series of all time.
I would say Ozark overall was a B+. It was an A coming into the final season. I give the final season a C+. That's like your final. Your final was always weighted more in college, in high school, right, than the other scores?
Yeah, I would give it an A for overall.
Yeah.
I would agree with that, and I don't usually get impressed very easy. So I liked it. didn't love the way it ended, but it's hard to end series. I
It
think.
really is. I can't imagine having to write the end of a series.
You have to tie so many things up. Speaking of tying things up, big Auburn basketball news over the weekend. You get a guy who Kentucky wanted, Gonzaga wanted. A lot of people wanted Jonai Broome, 6'10", 235-pound power forward from Morehead State, and Jonai picks Auburn. Averaged 16 and 10 last year, a double-double machine for Morehead. And one of the reasons he picked Auburn was atmosphere. Loved the coaching staff, wanted to go to a place to compete, to win championships. Looked at Rupp Arena, looked at the atmosphere they have at Gonzaga, all the big games they play in the pre-conference, other big schools, and said, I want to be part of Auburn.
I think Stephen Pearl was heading this one up, if I'm not mistaken.
Usually is.
And he obviously has done quite well in the portal. And it's a big get for Auburn, no doubt.
Yeah, and I think Jonai's got 2 more years. I think he was a freshman at Morehead last year, averaged 17 and 11. I mean, he's 6'10", 235. Will put some bulk on that body.
We just realized that LT likes to round up on the percentages, and I just stated it was 16 point something, 10 point something. I just went 16-10. You went 17-11, which sounds better.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, typical Alabama fan. I went, he's averaging 16-10. I didn't round up. He went 17-11.
16.8 and 10.5 is 17-11.
It is. So a 17-11 guy, there you see what he looks like in an Auburn uniform. Great graphic there. So he's on his way there. And our buddy Justin Hokanson is got some stories coming out about Bruce Pearl and his contract negotiations and what he has settled. So you can check out the latest on Auburn basketball at On3 Sports there. Let's get to best and worst of the weekend. It's brought to you always by our friends at Hemp Hill. And Hemp Hill brought us a really interesting weekend. I did a lot of fun things. I think you guys did too.
Yeah, hey, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to have this number in your phone, 205-229-2090. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name. Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill, 205-229-2090.
First, just in sports, something I really, really enjoyed was the Stallions game on Saturday night. Now, I pick it up about second quarter, halftime on, and just a really entertaining second half of football. I know the offenses were not where they were, but I'm telling you what, when you get what the linebacker Gates is bringing you defensively now for this Stallions team, and they just seem to make bad play, huge play offensively, bad play, huge play offensively, and they win again. They're the only unbeaten team left in the USFL. The Stallion games, all 3 of them, have been entertaining, fun games to watch, and they're entertaining television.
Yeah, that's what I was going to bring up, the fact that they're the only undefeated team in the USFL, but these games have been great that the Stallions have been involved in.
My dad asked me if I thought the fix was in.
Because they're in Birmingham and they're the only crowd.
Yeah, he's like, it's the only game that gets a crowd. And he had seen the same thing you brought up, or maybe you saw it on the show, that they have moved all the Stallions games now, or at least for what portion of the TV schedule has been announced. The Stallions are playing the national game every week, whether it's NBC or Fox. Yeah.
They won't be on Peacock.
Yeah, you're not going to get them on the streaming services. That's been New Jersey. They've been on Peacock a lot. So my dad was like, I mean, it only benefits them for the Stallions to be good. And I said, so you're suggesting they get all the calls? He's like, no, but every one of their games seems to go down to the fourth quarter and be just a great game.
Well, there were some close calls that helped Birmingham at the end. But if you watch Victor Bolden, who caught a touchdown but only got 1 foot in, got to the second end, but his butt cheek hit out of bounds first. He was draped by a defender, no flag. And then on the other side, draped by the defender again on the very next play, gets the flag, but he goes ahead and makes the catch anyway. That was a deciding touchdown in the contest. So they do get some calls, but not all the calls. And I don't know if the fix is in yet or not. We'll know this week. because it's Stallions and the Bandits this week.
And the Bandits got a big win yesterday.
So
I
they're
think a
2-1.
48-yard, basically walk-off field goal to win that game.
And it hasn't been easy kicking those footballs at Protective Stadium.
Nope. And the Ballers, I guess,
crosswind coming off I-20. What is the deal?
Apparently, Protective Stadium is the Heinz Field of the USFL.
Speaking of Heinz Field, Pittsburgh fans excited about Kenny Pickett over the weekend, but their Maulers are 0-4, 0-3.
Yeah, I don't see that city embracing
probably
the purple and orange.
You don't think they could pack out Heinz Field right now for those games?
They've got a terrible towel for one team and just terrible for the other. All right, give me your best of the weekend, Brownie.
My best, and, look, I love when we get the good golf weather. I was driving in today, and I was thinking, is the 1st of May, not necessarily May 1, but the first week or two of May, the best weather we ever get in Alabama?
It seems like you felt that way, or you brought it up at a different time of year. Do you say this as well? In September or October?
It's October. First week. It's either first week of May or first week of October. It's going to be the best weather we ever get.
So you play this song a couple of times a year, early May, early October.
Yeah. I don't
Which do you
remember
prefer?
that I do that, but if I do that, I don't know. I guess I'm asking you guys. Which one's the best?
Because you sort of like it when there's outdoor air conditioning.
Yeah, I mean, I like it when you're outside and it's just not overwhelming, but it's still warm enough to do everything.
Well, and yesterday was
No
65
humidity.
to begin the day.
Perfect.
And then it got a little hotter, but it was a beautiful day.
But,
I'm October, that first week of October, just because October is my favorite month.
Yeah, and you have football going.
Yeah,
on.
that definitely helps that.
Yeah, I like the heat, so I don't mind it when it's hot. But yesterday was perfect. Yeah, enjoyed it.
My worst of the weekend, I have never seen this happen. So I saw it happen. My wife and I went to dinner with some friends Friday night, and the draft was on in the restaurant we were in, actually Slice down here in the Vestavia location. And I saw this happen, and I was like, what just happened there? And even my wife was like, did that lady just give him a card to read? The draft was on. I don't know if you guys saw this, but Ed Marinara. And, I mean, what is Ed Marinara? He's an actor, former player, whatever, former Viking player.
I think.
Had him on the show years ago. Played at Penn State.
So the former NFL running back is up on the stage announcing a Vikings draft pick. And I saw him up on the stage. He was talking a long time. I'm like, what are you doing? And then this lady wearing the headphones walks up and points at the card, like, read the card. So apparently he gets the microphone and he's like, I'm going to make this the Ed Marinara show. I know most people here have never heard of me, and it's the NFL draft and you're here to see the picks, but I think you're going to be here to see me. So the guy just goes, he just starts rambling on the microphone, and I have never seen this in my life. The stagehand has to come up and say, read the card. This is a timed event. Let's go. I was crazy.
So what was he saying?
Oh, it's just a bunch of stuff. I mean, just rambling along. Nothing important.
Best and worst of the weekend brought to you by Hemp Hill. Smuff says his best of the weekend was the Hueytown playoff baseball game. Watch them walk it off in extra innings against Wetumpka. His worst is Ozark is over. Matthew's best for him was the Chiefs' draft picks. They got several steals, in his opinion. Sky Moore should be fun to watch in their offense. And you can keep your best and worst rolling in there. A couple of those went by too fast. I didn't get to see those. We'll try to catch up on the other side. What'd you think of Sky Moore and the Chiefs pick? We'll get into who won, who lost, but when you look at the Chiefs, who are playoff ready, did they add a piece or two that could help them?
Well, look, they needed receiver after losing Tyreek Hill, and Sky Moore is one of these guys, played at Western Michigan, so they believe there's a ton of upside there, and a lot of people think that he could have been a first-round guy.
Give me your best of the weekend. What was it?
My best of the weekend was You Dunaway. 7 episodes of Ozark and 27 holes of golf in 20 hours.
Yeah, how did you pull that off?
Well, I left here. Our Friday night plans, we canceled. So I went home and had planned on watching the first episode on Friday and falling asleep, and taking a quick nap and then doing whatever we're going to do. And then I get word our Friday night plans are done. So I go episode 1, 2, 3. I think I watched 3, and then we had Food Truck Friday in our neighborhood.
Oh, yeah. I love Food Truck Friday.
So it was the pool kickoff weekend, so we had food trucks Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Did you have the pool, though?
But the pool didn't open.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Key fob problem.
Mm-hmm. Key fob.
And you can hop the fence.
You've known that for a couple of weeks. They couldn't fix the key fob.
It just seems to me that we could just have open gate Sunday and have the pool open. Nothing wrong with the pool. It's the key fob. God forbid we let somebody come into that pool that doesn't belong there.
Yes, I know. You know that.
We could all kick in and pay for something, but I'm just a renter. I'm not
right.
there long term to the residents there, but it seems like we could have somebody to man the gate.
Yeah.
Show me your key
I mean,
fob.
did you look over at the pool? Does the pool look good? Does it look clean?
Ready to go.
Yeah.
Powered wash. It's been powered washed.
You
They've
think
been
it's
working
warm?
on it for work on the pool committee at the neighborhood. Fantastic. You guys do a great job.
Yeah, fix the key fob.
Yeah. Now, my key fob didn't work the first month I lived in there. I had to wait for somebody to let me in every time. Seemed like we could have played that on Sunday.
Okay,
but
so-
I gained 4 pounds Sunday at the Meadows.
Right.
I wasn't going to go to the pool anyway yesterday.
Yeah.
If I did, it was going to be in this shirt.
So 3 episodes.
Food truck. By the way, I ate a 1 pound patty. This was a burger food truck.
It's a big burger.
A 1 pound patty that had chunky peanut butter on it. And it had these really thick, not thin sliced, this really thick, deep fried plantains. Oh, it was a delicious burger.
It sounds like an interesting mix. How big was the bread, though?
Your bread to meat, how did that?
Kind. They'd bought it at Publix.
So your bread to meat was off a little bit then.
There was a lot of meat.
Yeah.
And a lot of, but that was fine. That's fine. I mean, look at this figure. I don't need more bread.
Is that was the only thing on the burger? Those 2?
Peanut butter and plantain. No, I think that was it. Nothing that was in there. No, mayonnaise. There was a little mayonnaise on there because it was off the Elvis Presley. It was a shake, rattle, and roll.
A plantain. People are saying, what are plantains? I think you mean plantain.
Like it's plantain. It's basically a
banana.
different banana.
Yeah, it's different banana.
Dried out.
Not where I come from. It's plantain.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Did you grow
From
a lot
Puerto
of
Rico,
those?
where I come from, is plantain.
Yeah, plantain.
I also washed my hair with plantain shampoo back in the day.
Yes, I'm sure you did. Yes. So plantains, peanut butter, mayo, and a big old 1 pound.
I think that was it. A 1 pound.
That sounds good.
Yeah, and then
I
sea
tried
salt
that.
fries. It was
Okay, so
really
then
good.
after that, you go back and watch 4 episodes, right?
I go back and watch 4 episodes. And so I finished that up, but I did not watch the leaving or farewell to the Ozark, whatever the thing is, until last night when I was eating dinner last night. Then I go into Meadows and knock out 27 holes of golf. Saw our friend Steph out there and everyone, and enjoyed that. Had a few transfusions on the golf course with Kennedy J. Orr and Philip Hunter. Then
You're living your best life, aren't you, man?
Then went to eat at Oak House.
Listen to that.
You really are, man.
Great sponsor, Oak House, on Saturday night. Said hello to Brown's daughter, who's able to squeeze a couple sweaty golfers in on the
That's right.
in on the table there.
My daughter's the hostess there.
And then Sunday morning, we went out to see our friends at Amherst and their suite.
Kevin wants to know if you buy your plantains wholesale.
I do. I get my plantains wholesale.
Wholesale?
Yep. Right there.
That's a
really
great
close,
week of you.
really close to an iron factory.
I would imagine.
In downtown Birmingham.
I hit your orange well out there.
I do. All right, we'll get more best and worst of the weekend from you guys, but when we come back, we'll jump into the draft. 5 guys I would have liked to have seen come back and play college football, but they didn't. They went to the NFL, and guess what? They didn't get drafted. Undrafted. They could have played a whole nother year and maybe got drafted, or maybe they wouldn't have, and maybe they'd got hurt. I don't know.
But at least you know.
But they didn't get drafted. They would get picked up as free agents. Maybe they'll have great careers, but my goodness, been good to see them in an old college uniform one more year. Those guys are next. Part of the show being brought to you by LT's guy, Dr. B, getting that hair just right. Did you do another treatment last night?
I did do one last night. 30 minutes on the couch. Hey, with age,
I can tell.
comes hair loss.
So
I
Mr.
asked
Connor,
around.
all of a sudden.
Everyone said call Dr. Beckenstein. Set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They perform the genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It's cutting edge, and Dr. B is the only one in the state offering it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics and formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is a game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. Beckenstein, we had a virtual meeting to go over my options. We chose the non-invasive laser treatment, which will help increase the thickness and health of my hair. Excited to see these results in the next few months. Dr. Beckenstein takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience and his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, and tell him the next round sent you.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met. ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened a new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, as well as new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville. The real estate market has never been crazier than it is right now. That's why, with 52 years of experience, ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. To find out more, text the word MOVE to 35620. That's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champy'schicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
All right, quick bounce around the cameras, Forrester. I've got this shirt on. Perfect light t-shirt material you can get in our Next Round store, nextround.com.
nextround.store, nextround.store. Just go to our website, nextroundlive.com. But also, if you want a short sleeve version of our summer flag, Rockstar's in now with us. Give me a Rockstar look there. Look at those pecs.
Woo, that's a good-looking shirt, Rockstar.
Yeah, great-looking design there. You can get all sorts of gear.
We've got a new T-shirt coming up today. We've all seen it, but we're going to release it, I guess, with the viewing menu.
Okay.
We've got a winner today. He has officially submitted it, and we will try to make that available on the website.
The one we were talking about yesterday?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Timely?
Mm-hmm. Very timely.
Very timely. So, too, is our friends at Nichols Outfitters. If you're looking for a way to get outside and be dressed exactly right, unlike the posing Rockstar just did, our friends at Nichols Outfitters can hook you up.
If you have a firearm, maybe a hunting rifle. I saw somebody last night and knew how to shoot a hunting rifle. A hunting rifle or a shotgun. I saw somebody knew how to shoot a shotgun. You don't use those anymore. Nichols Outfitters might be interested in purchasing it from you. Perhaps you upgraded your hunting firearms a few years ago and you still got the old one. Don't hang on to it. Let it collect dust or fall into disrepair. Nichols Outfitters will pay you for your old firearm. Drop by, talk to the team at Nichols about what you can get for your firearm. Nichols Outfitters, exit 242 in Pelham.
Lacrosse is such a growing sport. Best of the weekend. Jumping in, Tom shows me the top 10 right now in women's lacrosse. I didn't know the SEC would even have a top 10 team, but there's Florida, number 8 in the country in women's lacrosse. That's his best of the weekend. If you're wondering, North Carolina, Boston College, Maryland, Northwestern, Syracuse, a lot of ACC Big Ten, Stony Brook, powerhouse in lacrosse.
Seawolves?
Loyola, Florida, Princeton, and James Madison. So Florida, with their pinkies out, dominating women's lacrosse right now, and with a tournament coming up very soon. All right, as we move forward, I got some players that did not get drafted. And one of them is Slade Bolden, and people are talking about landmine believer. Slade left because he was losing his spot to JoJo Earl, Christian Leary, and now it looks like Tyler Harrell.
I don't know that it was going to get any better for Slade at Alabama. When he first left, I wondered if he was going too quick, and obviously we have a connection to Slade and want to see the best for him. He's been on our show many times.
But he could have made a few $1,000s with us if he had stayed with us.
He's made a few $1,000s with us and could have made more. But look, with Harrell coming in, the way Alabama hit the portal, I just don't think he was going to get any more touches, any more catches, any more playing time than he got last year.
I don't know. Again, there's not that proven commodity coming back. Even Mechie was that guy last year, and then Jamison Williams obviously had that incredible year. But I still think Slade would have been a big part of the offense. I was surprised that he entered the draft. I said then it was a mistake. I said he wouldn't get drafted. I was hoping I was wrong for Slade's.
We have a stake bet. I need 2 catches. In the NFL, regular season catches, not preseason, this year. So he's got to make a team with the Ravens as a undrafted free agent.
That's actually a good spot, too.
So he's got to make the team, which will be an uphill battle first.
Yep.
And then
get on the field.
He's got to get on the field and get off the practice squad.
Yep.
And then he's got to make 2 catches in a total of 17 games in the playoffs. So good luck, Slade.
He was your third leading receiver last year.
Mechie had 96 catches, Williamson 79, Slade 42. Do you think he's going to have any more than 42 catches in this year's offense?
Probably not, but why not come back, enjoy it? The way you went out was losing a national championship.
I know. No, there's all those things.
Win another one, make some NIL money.
There are 2 others that I think would have a huge impact on the teams they left. One of them is Jalen Weidermeyer, tight end, Texas A&M. Who now they've got Texas A&M's coming out, their cup overfloweth at tight end, so much so that literally Baylor Cup left and went to Texas Tech. Yes, intentional there on the cup overflowing, Brown.
Thank you, Jim.
But Weidermeyer is a guy who would be a stud tight end if he came back and was healthy at Texas A&M. He left, and so too did Jarian Ely from Ole Miss. He left early. Had another year left.
I'm really surprised those 2 guys didn't get drafted. I mean, Weidermeyer was a big target. He was second on the team in receptions last year. This is a guy that was one of the better tight ends in college football the last couple of years.
You were surprised he didn't get drafted,
I
right?
was, yeah. And then Jarian Ely is a pretty versatile back.
Yeah. It's just crazy how we watch a game and see a player that looks like a lock NFL player, and the guy goes undrafted. Now, I'm not talking about Slade. I'm talking about like Weidermeyer and Jarian Ely. You would at least think those guys get drafted, right? And it reminds me of a time when Phil Savage, before he was back with the Jets, when he was just doing Alabama stuff in the Senior Bowl, and I was telling Phil Savage about this defensive back I had watched. And I'm like, I feel this kid can play. And I texted him. The game was on. I was like, watch this kid and tell me he can't play. So Phil watches. Literally 30 seconds after I text, kid gets beat for a touchdown. And all Phil responded was, college scouting ain't a hobby, Brown.
Yeah.
he's all right.
For Auburn, Smoke Monday and Zacoby McClain, two guys that went undrafted that had some time left. They could have come back and right? Does McClain have?
No, they all played 4 years, all 4 years at Auburn, but they would have their COVID year. Everybody gets that 5th year. So both those guys could have come back for one more year.
And how good was that? Would that defense have been? You had those two guys.
Well, Arson could use them.
Yeah. I mean, that was actually, in hindsight, a pretty good defensive recruiting class. I think all those guys were in the same class. They all started 4 years. Zacoby McClain, Roger McCreary, and Smoke Monday basically started from day one in 2018 when they were on the Auburn campus, and all those guys came up together. Obviously smart for McCreary to, not use that extra year. He gets drafted by the Titans. Maybe he could have played his way up into the first round, but that's a big gamble.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to be fine. But those other two guys, they had another year they could have come back.
Georgia ends up setting the draft record with 15. It's the 7-round draft record. 15 players selected, passing the 2020 LSU draft of that 2019 national championship team and the 2004 Miami draft, their 2003 team. So that's a new record now, Georgia, with 15 picks in this draft. Later on, we will talk about maybe how many Alabama players could go in next year's draft. Could they possibly approach 15? Or maybe 6 first-rounders to tie the record that's out there that Georgia came up one short of, that record held by Alabama and Miami right now. So more on the NFL draft as we move forward. The show being brought to you by our friends at High Point Properties and Creekside Barbecue. And lunchtime's approaching fast. If you're going to be anywhere near the Oak Mountain Amphitheater exit, Creekside Barbecue is your answer for lunch and dinner.
Yeah, this weekend I was having a conversation with a buddy about the Smash Burger over at Creekside. It is fantastic. It's got that special sauce on it. Creekside Barbecue at Oak Mountain is centered around great barbecue, soulful music, good vibes, Alabama-style chicken, North Carolina pork, Memphis Kiss ribs, along with chef-inspired sides. Something for everyone at Creekside Barbecue. Creekside Barbecue just off of I-65 at the Oak Mountain exit. Come enjoy lunch or dinner on Creekside's huge outdoor deck overlooking the creek with several TVs and incredible food. Creekside can also cater parties and other events for up to 200 people. For more information, stop by, tell them the Next Round sent you, or go online. Check out the menu, creekside/bbq.com.
All right, when we come back, we'll reset the headlines and why you're seeing Eli Ricks on your social media feed today. Plus, how did the mock draft army get it so wrong this weekend? Stay with us right here on The Next Round.
Call The Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Major League Baseball, the NBA, when the time is right, we may do a little Canadian football too. There's always some action for you at Lance'sLock.com, where we have my top picks for you in every league every single day. All it takes, $3 a day. $90 monthly subscriptions get you everything. No confusing packages or any shadiness. It's all simple and 100% transparent. Try it out and win with me. Go to Lance'sLock.com. There's a free play every single day. Again, online, all your winners every day. Go to Lance'sLock.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham. So if a customer comes in and has something very specific they want, can you guys always meet those needs?
Absolutely. We get customers all the time that are looking for a specific car. They ask us to locate them. We find them. Very transparent on price and our fee. We do whatever it takes to make anything happen.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. At the New Balance Birmingham store, we go beyond taking your measurements. For us, comfort fit means a lot more than just checking for enough room in the toe box. You see, a simple fit may look and feel okay inside the store, but high-quality custom-fit shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store will continue to look and feel great while performing the task you need them to do. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store and experience the difference a custom fit makes for you.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hour number 2, welcome into a new audience. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Forrester, Lunsford, all here as we go 3 more hours live on our platform. Whether you're watching us on YouTube and Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, or joining us on all the audio platforms across America, including TuneIn and Odyssey and Spotify, and, of course, the Next Round app. Go download that and take us anywhere this summer as you get out there. Bobby is into the chat room this morning. I'm behind about 20 minutes right now, as you can watch the show in your time, anytime. Nothing wrong with the B-plus overall Brown grade for Ozark. I disagree with a C-plus for the final season, though, but it wasn't a B at best, he says there. We'll talk more about the final season of Ozark in a special podcast, Mystery Fifth Hour, coming up soon. Rockstar, we were debating how far you got. One of us projects 0. One of us projects 1. And then one of us didn't make a projection. Where are you?
I would say 2. I was the one that didn't make the...
Saturday, we made the attempt, Saturday night. We got 20 minutes to the first episode, and somebody, not me or Nancy, had a come apart. And we had to shut it down.
So Nancy's sister still in town?
Yeah. A meltdown. So
you're 2 in?
No.
So you're 20 minutes
into the first episode.
20 minutes in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So is there a chance that is there a chance that the 3 of us should go ahead and do a special Mystery Fifth Hour?
I think that's what we're going to do.
I'm going to be far behind. I haven't seen a TV in a while.
You may watch the final season of Ozark when he goes off to elementary school.
Yeah. I mean, it's not fun.
Yeah. Oh, it is fun.
Right,
These are the glory days.
No, that's to clear things up. No, I love the kid. Love him.
Well, I would hope.
But the thing is,
your offspring.
With me, I absolutely loved bedtime. I loved it. Like, you look forward to it. Like, oh, I'm going to get in bed, watch a show or something like that, and fall asleep. Now, just as the sun goes down, going, oh my God, it's almost bedtime. That we're not going to sleep.
It's like Will Smith and I Am Legend.
Yeah, but look at Rockstar here at a pit stop on Little Court here, changing into his first next round onesie.
Shot under 2 minutes.
Yeah,
Try
is
to beat
2 minutes? Yeah.
And you feel like you're going to break his arm every single time because he is a fighter.
They're rubbery. But is that the one that Jen Brown made for you?
It is. We had to get it quick before we started growing and growing and growing.
Yep. My wife said she appreciated you putting that on while you still could.
He peed on it too.
Well, I'm sure. That's what babies do.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. You are in for one of the great feelings of all time. That morning you wake up and you look at your wife and say, when did you get up with him? And she says, I didn't.
I know. I'm looking forward to that.
No. It'll happen at some point and you're like,
it's great.
He made it through the night.
Yeah.
That is a wonderful moment in parenthood.
Oh, please, soon.
Do you yet do the, like when the baby starts crying, you hear it on the monitor, you lay real still and act like you're asleep? Do you do that yet?
Oh, no, we don't have a monitor. He's sleeping in the bedroom with us under bassinet. Oh. You think, yeah.
Yeah.
So it is.
The best sound is coming up very soon for you when you say, all right, Nancy, love you, Cord. I'll see you guys. We got a Blackjack and Symphony going up the Atlantic Coast this
They're
summer.
doing a show in Chicago for 2 weeks.
You've never done Dr. Dre. Yeah. Well, I'm going to try it.
Yeah, I'm running the soundboard.
I really want to start going to concerts more this summer.
We do have a friend that occasionally will go out of town on business trips. To do anything for business, cover sales meetings, anything.
We might need you to say, "I do it."
I'll do it.
Just stay late. I'll do it.
All right. Your headlines right here being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap. Get that gutter ready to go this spring and summer with our man C. Stu.
Yeah, make that call today, 823-2212. Stay off the dangerous ladder forever. Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping out the debris, eliminate the gutter cleaning forever. It's backed with a lifetime warranty. Cap it, don't snap it. Right now, 45% off the retail price. Call Chris Stewart today, 205-823-2212, or online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
Okay, bouncing around some of the headlines. Big Auburn basketball pickup, Jonai Broom, 6'10", 235 power forward, averaged 17 and 11 at Moorhead. He picks Auburn. One of the reasons, the atmosphere. Loves it down there. So that's a big basketball story. One of the big football stories today, happening Sunday, Eli Ricks, transfer from LSU to Alabama, supposed to be an All-American candidate with the Tide this year, arrested in Mississippi for speeding, no insurance, and possession of marijuana. That story developing Sunday. You can see that online as well. As far as national news, everyone up in arms about Jordan Addison, the Biletnikoff Award winner, possibly leaving Pittsburgh for USC. That's a story we'll keep an eye on throughout the day as well. Some people are screaming tampering. He's got a relationship with Caleb Williams, the quarterback at USC, and may look forward to maybe a new atmosphere, new offense, and working with Lincoln Riley in his final year of college. Speaking of a guy who hit the portal, Jerry Bohannon, the Baylor quarterback, visiting Missouri. Eli Drinkowitz has swung and missed on Nick Calzada, Keaton Slow. I mean, you name him.
Zach Calzada.
Every quarterback who has gone into the portal, it seems like Missouri has been in the mix for them, and they've either finished second or third, and they've signed somewhere else. One more try with Jerry Bohannon for Eli Drinkowitz to get a quarterback for this upcoming season.
Keep shooting your shot, man. See if it happens.
Didn't you think the kid they went to in the bowl game, they were saying he's our future?
I think they did say that in that game for sure.
Well, yeah, in that game they definitely did.
But I thought Connor Basilick was going to be around for a long time.
Well, but they went away from Basilick in the bowl game, and what was his Cook? I think was his name. The kid they went to in the bowl game. I thought they were playing that up like this is our future. This is the guy. The reason we're playing him right now. This is who's going to take us, the remainder, the next couple of years. But as you say, Dunaway, Eli Drinkwitz is shooting his shot. I would say if you get Jerry Bohannon, that's an upgrade from Connor Basilick. Yes?
Well, 12-2 last year at Baylor. You don't know if he'll have better parts around him at Missouri or not.
Better
Tougher
defense,
league.
better
Yeah.
defense at Baylor. There's no doubt. I mean, they played a different style than what he's going to have to play at Missouri.
There's a reason why he's not the Baylor quarterback anymore, but he may be better than anybody they've got at Missouri there. Also, the Stallions, the only unbeaten team left in the USFL. Skip Holtz talking about the win over previously unbeaten New Orleans, 22-13 Saturday night. That saw Birmingham's defense get 4 sacks, a safety, an interception. They were the stars of the game.
Really excited
My God.
to find a way to get a win. Big matchup in the South Division. Made the comment during the week, somebody said to me, is this a must win? So I don't know if it's a must win, but it certainly would be nice to win it. At this point, 30% of our season's over. We still have 70% out there. So there's still a lot of football left to be played in this league. But I can't be more proud of these guys and the way they come in, the way they show up every week, the way they compete, the way they just keep overcoming adversity with what they're doing. I mean, we get the punt blocked, and it could very easily be you know what I mean? Here it goes. Instead, they just refuse to let any negativity at all get involved. I'm just really proud of them.
Well, a lot going on there.
If Bobby T microphone.
Yeah, Bobby T mic.
Honestly, Forrester, if we allowed you to take the last 2 hours of the show off and we called somebody to USFL, could you go down there and set their sound system up for them?
Yeah, Forrester says absolutely. I see him shaking
we
his head,
are
yeah.
willing to donate Forrester for 2 hours. Anybody with the USFL that is listening, we're 3 weeks into this season. Now, we've only played Skip Holt's sound. We don't know if you've got it right any other time.
Kevin Sumlin could sound amazing.
Well,
I
you
don't
can
know.
see it kind of sounds better once he backs away a little bit
A
instead
little
of being
bit,
right on
yeah.
eating it.
Yeah, but that's where he should be. He should
Yeah.
be right where he is right now talking. It should not sound that way. I mean, we've got the league has been tremendous. I've loved the football. Wish we could pack it for all the other games, not Birmingham, but Birmingham's done their part. It's a great product. Great job by the TV folks. We will loan you Forrester for 2 hours today. He'll come and fix your post-game audio if you reach out to us.
Because he even warned us, like, hey, by the way, just a heads up, USFL has not fixed their sound.
Yeah.
I was prepared for it, and it still shocked me.
Yeah.
It was so bad.
But the team is so good. They're 3-0, and they've been really entertaining football games.
Yeah, and on the right, it looks like Tommy Morrison, a.k.a. Tommy Gunn.
It does a little bit.
That is, I know the mullet's kind of in for certain people right now, but that dude has got an old-school 80s mullet.
That's Scooby, right?
And he's drinking right out of the
Scooby right.
product placement.
He made a goal line stand dive over, hits the quarterback for New Orleans, knocks the ball loose, and that was one of their goal line stand recovery.
I'm surprised he didn't get a lot of opportunities in the NFL. You know, he led college football in tackles.
He's a good player at Arizona.
2014, yeah.
But then he got one of the dumbest 15-yard penalties. They get a safety. It looked like it could have been a touchdown. He recovered the fumble in the end zone. He comes out. He does a jumping spike between the legs. Nothing wrong with that. We're showboating a little bit.
They flagged that?
No. Let me finish.
Oh.
So
Sorry,
then,
Jim.
So then he grabs his sack, running down, just like this, grabs the sack, running down, doing this towards the New Orleans bench for about 15 yards and wondering what. Then he's like, he gets flagged.
What'd I do?
What did I do?
Yeah. Should I not point the finger?
Nobody told me.
Scooby doesn't look flamboyant.
Was he like he was riding on a horse?
No, he was doing this. He was. Well, I mean, could depends on how you ride a horse, but he was holding on to that saddle for sure. But he's heading down through there, whoa, pointing over at the New Orleans bench.
He looks pretty subdued there. Skip must have got on his ass.
So we got Stallions, Bandits. Who do people think are the best teams of this league? Stallions and who?
Breakers. Stallions are 3-0. The Breakers are good.
They're 2-1. Bandits are 2-1. Stallions and Bandits play Saturday.
Bandits are good. I've got a stake for them to win it all.
Yeah, well, they're 2-1.
Yeah.
I mean, we're going to see because they play the Stallions. The other division leaders, the Generals, we've already seen Stallions Generals, and Stallions won that game.
Jordan Tiamu is getting more comfortable with this team. 255 passing yards in their win, 27-26. He took a last-second field goal to win it. So they're not perfect yet, but they're getting better.
But the good news is this is not regular season anyway. It's who wins the championship.
That's right. It's who wins the championship. So, but as far as our stake bet is concerned. But that's Saturday night if you want tickets right there. Wherever you get your USFL tickets for this upcoming weekend down at Protective Stadium for week 4 of this very quick and exciting season down at Protective Stadium. Those are your headlines. I'll get into our Baumhauer Spotlight right here, and we had a blast last Thursday night at Baumhauer's Vestavia doing the first round of the NFL draft. We encourage you to get out there and grab a little lunch at Baumhauer's or dinner as well as we get into our spotlight.
Yeah, our friend Bob Baumhauer delivered Alabama's first ever taste of wings back in 1981 at Wings and Things in Tuscaloosa. In fact, he had to give them away for the first few years, 40 years, 4 concepts, and 14 restaurants later. Bob's still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama, from that Alabama hot chicken to the Inflation Sucks menu where you can get a $7.99 tailgate burger. Get in today to one of those great locations of Baumhauer's.
All right, so here's my spotlight question. How can the mock draft people get it so wrong when it comes to quarterbacks? Malik Willis was not the first quarterback taken. I'm okay with that, Kenny Pickett. But Malik Willis did not go in the first round. Malik Willis did not go in the second round. Another quarterback was not taken until the third round of the draft. You missed on these mocks. Kenny Pickett or Malik Willis, we debated that all along. But you only had one guy in the first round, and then none of these guys went in the second round. It feels like a big swing and a miss by the mock army.
And even Malik Willis fell behind Desmond Ridder, who goes to the Falcons. I guess what happened, Brown, is we always say it, and I believed it too. I mean, the Vegas number for quarterbacks to come off the board in the first round was 3.5 this year. People reach for quarterbacks, but this was the year general managers say, hey, look, man, we don't believe that we've got a franchise quarterback.
Yeah, Dunaway, I mean, I understand what you're saying here, but if I'm going to judge mock drafts, quarterback is not where I'm going to judge them because of what Lance is saying. So often, like if you ranked players just by their ability to play, 1 through whether 256 guys drafted, where do you think Malik Willis ranked?
Oh, I don't know, but I'll go back to what you said first is why would you not judge the mock by the quarterback? That seems to be the easiest position because it's just one player plays that position, and either you need a quarterback or you don't need a quarterback. That seems to be the easiest to do.
Answer your question real quick. They had Malik Willis the 21st best player in this draft.
Who did?
ESPN.
Really?
Mm-hmm. 21st overall.
The reason I don't judge it by quarterback is because you not only have to predict how good the player is or isn't, you also then have to predict our team's going to reach for quarterback because they always do. So my point was going to be there are almost no other positions where if a guy is ranked in the 70s, he's going to go in the first round. But quarterback, you'll often do that. Like if you just go 1 through 80 and the quarterback's in 70, because he's a quarterback, I draft him like he's in the 20s or the teens.
Yeah, that's going the other direction. This is they missed and didn't have them going until the third round. They missed
that's my point.
For 2 whole rounds.
Because they're predicting that teams are going to naturally reach for quarterback as they always do. So when you're mock drafting quarterbacks, you can't really do it by where their level of ability is because you also have to predict our team's going to reach for a quarterback. And to Lance's point, history tells me teams are always going to reach for quarterback. So that's why I've got Malik Willis in my first round because I believe one of those teams is going to do it. They didn't, and that's how a quarterback falls to round.
But I understand why they fall. That's why I'm judging them on mock drafts. They blew it this year because they talk to people. They do a job where if you just give me the 100 top prospects and want me to plug them in that, the Buccaneers are picking 27th, so they're going to take the 27th best pick. I'm using these experts who do the mock draft to tell me, oh, this team needs a quarterback, so they're going to take a quarterback, or they don't like a quarterback, they're not going to take a quarterback.
But I think
that's what I'm relying on these guys to do, and they failed this year.
But this worked out for these teams with these quarterbacks falling because, Pittsburgh, they were the ones that possibly reached for Kenny Pickett and went round 1. But then you had Atlanta. They had an opportunity to take Malik Willis or Desmond Ridder. They went Ridder, but they need quarterback. Mariota's not going to be the future there. Malik Willis falls down. He's got an opportunity to play pretty soon at Tennessee.
Yeah.
Ryan Tannehill.
Smart by these NFL teams.
Yeah. Matt Corral goes to Carolina.
It's almost like they had a conference call and said, listen, I won't take a quarterback if you don't take a quarterback. Let's just wait in the third round so we all take our quarterbacks in. It was almost like they had a little conference call. Smart on the NFL people not taking this class of quarterbacks that I don't believe any of these guys will be good until the third round. Great place to take them. You're not wasting anything big there, and you're not paying them a ton of money. I feel like I saw somebody on the NFL Network talk about it. It was Pittsburgh actually was one of the teams that was trumpeting Malik Willis. as one of the best quarterbacks, almost like they were doing a little,
well, that's
hey,
what happened.
Here's my keys over here. I'm going to take Kenny Pickett.
That's why if you're a mock draft guy that's depending on what the franchises tell you, you're going to fall into that trap right there because they need to use any means they can to make everybody else think this is who I'm drafting when really this is the guy I want to draft, right?
Yeah.
The more Pittsburgh can make people think they weren't drafting Kenny Pickett, the better for them to actually get Kenny Pickett, which was clearly their first choice because Pittsburgh could have drafted any quarterback they wanted. All of them were on the board at the time. They went Kenny Pickett, so it's their first choice. So the more they can make everybody else in the league think, oh, we really like Malik Willis now.
See, it's Nakobe Dean going to the second round, which I feel like is a great steal there. You know, other people dropping. Third round. Okay, he went to the third round?
Yeah.
Wow.
And a lot of people thought he was going to be bottom of the first round.
Yeah. So Nakobe Dean going third round. What a steal there. Even if you're risking something, it's the third round for Nakobe Dean. A mock draft, I don't expect you to get it right. It's like the NCAA tournament with the bracketology guy, Joe Lombardi, Joey Brackets. I don't expect you to get, Alabama's opponent exactly right or Auburn's opponent exactly right. I want you to be pretty good at telling me who's in the tournament and who's not in the tournament. You don't have to get the slot right.
Right.
I just want you to come close. I want it to be like horseshoes.
Yeah.
And I think you really blow it if you tell me that I've got 2 or 3 quarterbacks in the first round. Vegas gives me an over-under of 3.5, probably playing off. They were probably laughing in Vegas saying, oh, we'll put it 3.5 because their people are going to take the over here because of the way the mock drafts are going. And then, boom, it's one guy, and they don't even go anybody in the second round. They seem like they really missed on that.
You have to account for the Cole Strangers of the world, though. I mean, even Lance's boys thought they were going to be able to get him in the hundreds. And Bill Parcells drafts him in the 20s, or Bill Belichick drafts him in the 20s.
That's why I think the quarterback's the easiest of all the positions because
normally it is.
You start eliminating all the teams that don't need a quarterback, and then you start going, okay, you can really focus in.
But normally it is because then you take the guy, I think these are the 5 best, and let's just start slotting them with these teams that are definitely going to go quarterback. And almost every year, you're going to get that right. This was the outlier where everybody looked at the quarterbacks and said, there's just not a first-round quarterback in this group except for Pittsburgh who thought Kenny Pickett was.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing that happened with this NFL draft. We'll get into grades a little bit later on and who we think won the draft, lost the draft, best picks and all that. Several stories in our morning rounds about that at nextroundlive.com. We had a passing in the music world over the weekend. Naomi Judd passed away. And then the timing of it all, she passes away, and on Sunday they induct the Judds into the Country Music Hall of Fame. So, and it's just the timing that on the verge of going into the Country Music Hall of Fame, Naomi Judd, the mom, passes away. Is anybody else shocked? Now, I was never a huge fan of the Judds, but I'm shocked they're not in the Country Music Hall of Fame already.
Yeah. It does seem surprising. But
I've always thought that's like the Basketball Hall of Fame, that it seems like if you were
almost any and everybody gets in.
If you were pretty good, you got in.
But I think, I need to look this up before I speak, I think it's a little bit like the College Football Hall of Fame that it started so late they've had to play catch up. And you don't want to do 1,000 people at once because you want to give them their due.
But the Judds that was the 80s, right? What was their song? Something about Papa, Grandpa, tell me about the good old days or something like that?
I don't know. I had some country music fans hanging out with me this weekend, and they were talking about the Judds. They were also talking about that Willie belongs on the Mount Rushmore.
I think they're incorrect on that.
Well, they said you were insane for Garth Brooks.
The number 1 song on Spotify was Grandpa, Tell Me About the Good Old Days.
Yeah.
And then Why Not Me, Love Can Build a Bridge, Mama, He's Crazy, and Rockin' with the Rhythm of the Rain.
All on my playlist.
Yeah.
Me too.
I've heard the top 4. You lost me at number 5 there.
Rockin' with the Rhythm of the Rain?
Yeah, I missed that one.
Our man Wimp used to love to take shots at Winona.
Oh, he did now.
Yep. He did.
He really did. Naomi passing away this weekend. When we come back, Rockstar's got his viewing menu, and Michael Lombardi joins us next to talk more about the NFL draft. Montana Fouts at the top of the hour. This is the next round, being brought to you today in part by our friends right there at at the Legion FC. Legion FC continues their season. You can get your tickets at Protective Stadium, bhmlegion.com, bhmlegion.com. Back in action again this Wednesday night. So Wednesday night soccer down at Protective Stadium, bhmlegion.com. Team's on a hot streak right now. Couple of wins in a row. Keep that streak going and enjoy Everybody Wins Wednesday with great food and drink prices. It's the Legion FC back home Wednesday night at Protective, bhmlegion.com.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Hey, it's Rockstar for Way to Wellness, and I'm here with my coworker and friend Reed Taylor. And I just wanted to ask Reed, how much weight have you lost during this weight loss program?
15 pounds.
Whoa, so that's why you've been wearing skinny jeans lately, huh? I read you. At Way to Wellness, Leslie and her team have taught us how to go about reaching our goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold us accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com. You did so good.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show and get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fans Central.
The next round, you'll find us where the big games are played.
Michael Lombardi and more on the NFL draft in just a second. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Odie's. As I try to get really close to the microphone here, and I cannot make it overmodulate like USFL postgame sound.
Birmingham Institution, Odie's, located right there in Crestline Village. Incredible lunches and dinners. Rodney Davis serving those up for more than 30 years. Award-winning wings, delicious burgers. My personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Enjoy this great spring weather. Sit outside on the patio. Enjoy the NBA playoffs with ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Stop in, see Will Haver and that great staff today at Odie's Tavern in Crestline Village.
Let's go now to Michael Lombardi. He did it for years in the NFL, and now he breaks it down for all the teams. He joins us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Welcome in, Michael. How are you today?
I'm doing great. Thank you. How are you?
Doing wonderful. You can catch him on the GM Shuffle podcast, wherever you get our podcast. You catch him there. And the Daily Coach as well, and follow him on Twitter at MLombardiNFL. Let's just start with a positive because people love to be negative about the draft. Give me your favorite team, the team that you look at it and say, look, I think this team by and large got it right in this draft.
You know, I think, look, the draft is so subjective, right? So everybody who grades the draft is based on what they see of the player. You know, there's no margin for error. So if you take Malik Willis in the third round and, you know, the draft experts on the desk there at ESPN or NFL Network have them going the sixth pick overall, then you're going to get an A+, right?
Right.
So to me, this is really about what is your team building philosophy. Like, you know, the Jets are being panned as having the greatest draft ever because they got a corner that everybody rated high and they've got a wide receiver. But is that how they're going to beat Buffalo? Or should they have taken an offensive and a defensive lineman? I think the drafts that I like are teams that kind of stick to what really matters and wins games. And, you know, when you look at the Giants who take an offensive lineman, a defensive lineman, you know, Carolina takes a legitimate left tackle in the first round. I think that's what it is, the art of team building. Atlanta, for example, your team close to you guys. I mean, they take a wide receiver. They can't play any defense whatsoever. They gave up 460 points, right? So, you know, they have no defensive lineman besides Grady Jarrett that can stop anybody, and yet they let Jordan Davis walk past them to take another wide receiver. So now they have two wide receivers. Well, you say to me, well, Pitts is a tight end. No, he's not. He's a wide receiver. He doesn't block anybody. So he's a wide receiver. He's a big receiver. He's a talented receiver, but he's not a tight end. Like, that's just a lie. And so for me, those are the things that I look at. It's like, what is going to happen? How does this apply? And did you do the good to prove your team in the areas where it matters most in football?
It's hard to ever question the Steelers as an organization, and they go with the only quarterback in the first round, and Kenny Pickett. And you look at their record, you know, Terry Bradshaw in the first round, Ben Roethlisberger in the first round. If I asked you who starts more games in 2022, Kenny Pickett or Mitch Trubisky, which direction would you go?
I would say Kenny Pickett, because I think here's the problem with Mitchell Trubisky is if it goes the way you practiced it, it'll look good. So, for example, if you run a pattern and you're going to get a certain coverage, you know, and he'll throw it to him, and if he practiced it, it'll look good. If it doesn't and it breaks down, it won't look good. And I think he has so many mistakes, and the Steelers are so prone to not wanting to lose the game because their whole persona is built on their defense is going to turn the ball over. And I think that Mitchell will turn it over. Now, can he make plays with his leg? Yeah. But I think over the course of the season, I think it'll become hard for him to be accurate. I think it'll be hard for him to be able to handle the role. And I think Pickett's mature enough to go in there and do it.
If you have a roster, if you're GM and you feel like you're in your Super Bowl window, like the Kansas City Chiefs, how do you think they went at replacing or continuing to keep that Super Bowl run going in this draft? I think a lot of people thought they would really go wide receiver earlier to replace what they lost, but they went defense with their first-round picks.
Yeah, I mean, and look, they get it and they understand it. They went back to the trenches. I mean, look, this is a team that's got a franchise tag on Orlando Brown, spent a lot of money on Joe Thuney, drafted Creed Humphrey in the second round, Trey Smith, who's a really good player for them. I mean, they're putting their resources where it matters most, offensive and defensive linemen. And they hope, look, you're never going to find another player. Tyreek Hill was not a fifth-round pick. Tyreek Hill was a situational player that was tremendous at Oklahoma State, that had a horrendous off the field, and the value of him was what it should be. Most teams wouldn't have taken him based on what he did off the field. The Chiefs took a hell of a chance on him, and it's worked out, and they've been able to. But going back to what they need to be able to do is they know that for them to be a Super Bowl team again next year, it has nothing to do with Tyreek Hill. It has nothing to do with Juju Smith-Schuster, or Sky Moore, who they picked in the third round. It has everything to do with getting Patrick Mahomes to play at a higher level. He was not good last year. Look at the last three passes of the game against Cincinnati. They were three of the worst passes of Patrick Mahomes' career. They've got to get him to play. Everybody thinks he played at a Pro Bowl level. He did not play to the level they need to win a Super Bowl.
Michael Lombardi, GM Shuffle Podcast. You can get it wherever we offer our podcast. Find it everywhere. And follow him on Twitter at MLombardiNFL. He is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. You have been in the draft room with Bill Belichick and the Patriots. Can you give me the lead up and the process of drafting a Cole Strange in the first round when nobody thought Cole Strange was a first rounder except maybe the people in that room?
Well, look, one thing I will say, you can argue that the player isn't good enough, and certainly Mel and everybody on the networks did, but the process which he goes through is a process unlike anyone else. I mean, he did his homework. He believes the player is a starter, and if he feels like he's the starting right guard for his team and he's going to plug him in there and play, then he is the value as a first rounder is. Bill Walsh used to say this all the time. It doesn't matter where we pick them. It matters how they play. We lose sight of that all the time. Let's take, for example, when the Raiders traded Khalil Mack to the Chicago Bears. Everybody, and I'm sure everybody, said they had a great trade. What a great trade they made. They got all these draft picks for Khalil Mack, and they can really replenish their team. You know what happened? None of those picks worked out. None of them worked out. All of them are going to be on the street at some point. So you've got to be able – it's not the instantaneous evaluation. It's how is he going to play. He obviously did the homework. He watched the kid play at the Senior Bowl against different level of competition. He feels pretty confident the guy's going to be a starter. The guy was a starter for his entire career at Chattanooga. One thing I learned about offensive linemen, we have always believed this going back to our relationship in Cleveland in '91. Starting off at players that play a lot in the offensive line usually play a lot in the NFL in the offensive line. That's a trait that carries over. We'll see if this is true.
The Eagles are able to pick up A.J. Brown, and the way they drafted all defense, it seems like General Manager Howie Roseman is all in with Jalen Hurts at quarterback. Would you agree?
No. I just think he's all in because it's the moment. I think if there would have been a quarterback in the draft that he loved, he would have gone and gotten him. But there wasn't. We kept saying that. I kept saying on the GM Shuffle Pod, like at some point, the media is telling you that there were 5 quarterbacks going to get picked in the first round. I mean, how many more hours were we going to watch that Malik Willis was the best valuable player? Well, he was the best valuable player according to one person. Like we do this like that's an opinion. He's entitled to his opinion. Doesn't mean he's right. It's just entitled to it. I don't mean I'm right. I'm entitled to mine. That's why I'm on your show. I have an opinion. But the reality of it is how he's sitting there. He knows Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts is really Rudy Gobert. If you watch the Utah Jazz play, Rudy Gobert is great during the regular season. When they get to the playoffs the last 2 years, what happens? Rudy Gobert, he can't impact the game because they take him out of the game. What happens with Hurts? Once it becomes a passing game, he doesn't have the same effectiveness. When he has to throw the ball to win, he can't. You have to know that. You've seen it. It's been documented on tape. But he's good enough for Philadelphia to make the playoffs, Philadelphia to win. Until you get a guy to replace him, you can't really change. So he's building the team around them. Eventually, they're going to become a better team, and eventually they're going to get a quarterback who can throw the ball.
We're in Vegas. I give you one of my $100 chips. I don't hold on to them very long. And you place it on one of these receivers to end up in the Hall of Fame, to have the best NFL career. Where do you put your chip?
I don't think I give it. I give it back to you and say, go play another one.
Go play blackjack.
Yeah, there's 6 guys drafted in the first round. Okay, I told this to an NFL head coach. 3 of them will not be nearly as good, and 1 of them will probably be as good, and the rest of them will just be okay. Like there's no you're spending all these resources on a position that we've seen that A.J. Brown just get picked in the second round, Deebo Samuel, DK Metcalf. I mean, we see guys get picked later that end up just as good. Just as good. You could say, well, Tyquan Thornton's not as good as any of these guys. What happens if he is? They get him in the second. You picked him in the first. That's what scares me about receivers. They're always. What about Gabriel Davis? What round should he have gotten picked in by Buffalo?
Wow.
He ends up being one of their best receivers on their team, right? They picked him in the 3rd round. Kendrick Bourne's one of the better receivers on the New England team. Stephon Diggs was a 5th rounder. No, I'm sorry. Gabriel Davis was a 4th rounder. Stephon Diggs was the starting receivers for Buffalo are Gabriel Davis, 4th rounder, Stephon Diggs, a 5th rounder, and Jamison Crowder. None of them. And Isaiah McKenzie, who was a kid who came on and played really well, he wasn't even drafted. So, you're telling me you got to draft one. That's why the Atlanta picks makes no sense. You can't even block. Matt Ryan, when he gets out of bed every day, he curses the front office of the Falcons for the beating he took.
Michael Lombardi, GM Shuffle Pod, wherever you get your podcast, at M Lombardi NFL on Twitter. Michael, thank you so much for the time. It is always a pleasure.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Yes, I got
straight
fired
shooter
up.
today.
Yeah,
I love it.
He does it in a Samuel L. Jackson voice, though, when he curses the front office there. They'd played that a lot over at the Falcons game.
Falcons can't stop anybody, but go receiver.
So what you're hearing there is wide receivers he's not calling them a dime or dozen, but he says there's a lot of them. And you may find your A.J. Brown in the 2nd round, or you may find your Stephon Diggs in the 5th round, that these first-rounders may not be Hall of Famers.
Well, I brought it up. I think it was on Friday's show, Thursday or Friday's show. Cooper Kupp, Devontae Adams, Tyreek Hill. I mean, arguably the best receivers in football right now. Those guys weren't first-round guys.
Well, part of our show being brought to you, getting Matt Ryan out of bed every day and back into the game, Precision Sports. Whatever you have going on in your life, they'll get you back on the golf course or back to work.
They will, Dunaway. If you're a golfer, a tennis player, or anything in between, let the specialist at Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics guide your journey back to health. Our physicians have been caring for athletes and their families in 9 Birmingham metro areas. Our team of experts will work with you on a personalized treatment plan to get you back to health. Your greatest comeback starts here. Book an appointment online today. Go to precisionsportsmedicine.com/comeback.
You heard him talk about Rudy Rudy Gobert. NBA playoffs did continue as they crank up the next round of playoffs yesterday. Fun games. The Bucks went into Boston, beat the Celtics. Giannis was unbelievable. And just a classic playoff contest in Game 1 between the Warriors and the Grizzlies, one you said you absolutely loved.
No, it was a great game. I mean, back and forth. And Ja Morant had 2 opportunities within the final 20 seconds to win the game. Missed a couple of layups. Good defense from Steph Curry on the first possession. Then that second possession just got a bad angle. Yeah. I thought originally, though, once he got the ball at the top of the key, he was going to be able to angle in there and get a good look off the glass.
And that came after earlier in the game, Ja was like, he can't cover me. They got him on replay about anybody being able to cover him. And then at the end, when it counted.
Ja and Jaren Jackson were so good. So Jaren had 33, Ja had 34. Then you look at Jordan Poole has become a superstar really over the last couple of months with Golden State. He goes for 30-plus. So you had, for the first time in NBA playoff history, 3 guys 22 or younger go 30-plus.
Wow.
But it was a fun game. It was back and forth, a lot of excitement. Draymond gets thrown out in the first half. They're able to hold on and get that big win on the road.
Yeah, juice in that series because it started off in Memphis there. So we'll see what happens. 2 more games tonight, 2 more game ones, 76ers and Heat. And then the Mavericks and the Sun, both on TNT with our buddy Charles Barkley, happening tonight. When we come back, we get to Rockstar's viewing menu and Montana Fouts at the top of the hour. A lot more football to do today. We'll open up the phone lines after we do trash for the final hour and a half of the show. That's on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline, 205-734-0923.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
The The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
What makes Culver's Butterburger one of America's best-loved burgers? I could go on for hours, but all you really need to know is this. Our fresh, never-frozen beef is made from the highest quality cuts for richness and flavor. We press that beef into a very hot grill after you order, and that's how we get that nice caramelized edge. Then, we lightly butter and toast the bun for that extra bit of goodness.
That's what makes it a Culver's Butterburger. Let us craft one for you today. Welcome to Delicious.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Trucks and Bucks giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away 2 Chevy Z71 trucks and $50,000. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings May 13th and 14th. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the next round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Back with you on the next round. Rockstar, give me...
Let's do 4.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do. That's the one I want. Let's do 4. I couldn't read my writing. Forrest, exactly what I want.
Rockstars learn to read your mind.
Yeah, that's very good. That's scary. You can't read your son's mind, but you got me down, Pat. That's scary.
Crying. Got it.
Yeah. Well, basically, it's what I do. Passive aggressive. That's passive aggressive for a 3-day-old, basically. Ben Joyce is the guy you're looking at here. He threw a baseball this weekend against Auburn. The second fastest recorded baseball, not in college baseball history, in baseball history, 105.5 miles per hour. Here's what he said about that 105.5 pitch.
Ben, we threw 105 today. What does that feel like?
I actually didn't know until after Jared Dickey was like, or right before the last thing, he was like, hey, maybe try to throw in a little harder. So, I mean, that was crazy to think about afterwards. I was trying not to think about it during, but it's pretty crazy to think about for sure.
I cannot imagine digging in the box against a guy like that.
Well, you always hear loud is loud and fast is fast. So if you're throwing at 98, you think you can tell the difference between 98 and 105.5?
Yeah, you can. And I think 98, a lot of people talk about 98, but it's flat. 105.5 flat doesn't matter. But that guy went 28 pitches at 103 or more and 3 at 105 or more.
I mean, do you just pray he's got control, right? If you're in the box?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you pray that arm's going to hold up, man. The torque it takes on that thing at 105.
It's crazy.
But do you question the home radar gun at all?
A little bit. But, I mean, so what is it, 103.5?
Right.
I mean, is it off by 2 miles per hour?
Yes, good point. He's still going to have a good major league career if he's tossing 103, not 105.
Yeah, anything triple digits, he's going to be. He can be a closer in Major League Baseball.
There's no arc in that pitch.
No, sir.
Yeah.
That got really chippy in that series with Tony Vitello throwing the bat back at the Auburn.
Seems
players.
like Tennessee always has a chippy series.
They do, don't they?
I got to ask a question about an Ozark Tony Vitello crossover question from Bobby that I can't answer on the air.
He could be a character there, it seems. He's hot-headed enough.
Yeah. I think the only people that like Tony are Tennessee fans.
But they love him. I ran into one on Saturday, and he was like, "What are you doing tonight?" And he told me, "I'm actually just going to go back to my house and watch the Tennessee baseball game tonight." And I asked him about
best they've ever
Tony,
been.
and he's like, "Man, I think he's awesome. That's the kind of guy you want to play for." And I said, "If you're a Tennessee fan,
Number 19 Auburn beat number 1 Tennessee on Saturday, but Tennessee wins the series 2-3. South Carolina sweeps Alabama. Muscle Shoals native Isaac Alexander gives Jack State a sweep over North Alabama. And then for UAB, what a huge weekend. Number 4 Southern Miss came to town, and UAB takes 2 of 3 for them against number 4 Southern Miss. So Casey Dunn and his crew with a huge series win over the number 4 team in the country in Southern Miss this week. So big wins for Auburn over number 1 and 2 big wins for UAB over number 4 in the country. Let's do Rockstar's viewing menu. It's being brought to you by our friends at New Life Art, LT.
Yeah, New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call 800-735-2787. You can go online, danielmooreart.com. And remember, submit your T-shirt design and win. We've got a winner, by the way. I think Forrester's got that one up. Are we ready for that?
Oh,
there it
look
is.
at this.
Wow.
Love it.
So you take Oxford football and some of our favorite things?
Or Oregon.
Could be the Ducks.
Yeah.
I love it. So we got golf, a microphone, a guitar, and trash.
Yeah, and if you don't watch Ozark, you probably don't know that logo, but that's really cool.
Yep.
That was a great
I think it
job
works
there.
if you watch Ozark or not. If you watch Ozark, you really love it. I mean, not that it's an Ozark logo, but we just like the show. So.
No, but I think that's, kind of the cool thing is before every episode and you look at the images and you're trying to figure out what's this about.
Do you, when you see the images, do you watch the episode and you go, oh, there it is. There's the fingernail polish. Like there's one in the final season that's fingernail polish. Oh, there it is.
Yep.
This is going to be an important scene. Pay attention. Pay close attention.
So that's our T-shirt design. You nextround.store. Nextround.store. Do we have the winning name of who sent that in?
Yes, Patrick Devers is his name. Patrick Devers, I am told.
All right.
He's a graphic design artist.
Great job, Patrick.
Yep.
All right. So I like that one a lot. And that will be on a T-shirt soon in the Next Round store. Is it up now? You can go buy it right now. Nextround.store. No.
What they say?
That'd be impressive.
Literally just
Why did we unveil it right then?
Lunsford with a silk screen. I'm trying.
I didn't mean, do we have any to ship right now, but do we have any you can buy right now? Obviously, wait for shipment.
Obviously, wait before not live.
Okay. All right. So nextround.store, that T-shirt design's the winner.
and we'll let you know, I assume. I won't, because I'm not going to comment on the store ever again.
That is
oh
my God.
What are you watching, Roxar? What are you watching?
Did you guys ever watch the movie Labyrinth with
No.
David Bowie?
Did not.
Nobody watched it?
Nope.
Wow. Well, it's on at 7 p.m. tonight. I had some facts.
Here's your
about it.
chance.
Probably going to pass again.
Well,
sell me on it. You seem surprised I didn't watch it.
Well, it's a kids with Jim Henson did it in '86.
Oh, really?
It's a
I
bunch
always
of
liked
puppets and everything, but you got Jennifer Connelly and you got David Bowie as the Goblin King. But I was going to say that they were talking to play the Goblin King was Michael Jackson, Prince, and Mick Jagger. And then Jim Henson really wanted Sting, and his sons convinced him to do David Bowie because of the popularity of Let's Dance. So they wanted him for the role.
So he was the fifth option.
So this is a puppet movie?
Yes, and it was Jim Henson, but it's a kind of a freaky movie for kids. It was a kids movie in '86, and it's really interesting. But since nobody's seen it, don't worry about it. Second up,
no, I mean it's new to us. Maybe it's something to watch
I think
tonight.
adults you would not enjoy it, but your kids may be scared of it. Do you ever wonder to be in a boardroom? Do they find out like, hey, we're going to do this show. This is a good idea, or the pitch for this show, for this network. So HGTV tonight, Lil Jon wants to do what?
Renovate my home.
Well, this is the name of the show.
Oh.
Lil Jon wants to do what?
And it's on HGTV.
Yeah, Lil Jon makes big plans to turn a couple's scary basement into a sophisticated club. While the space needs an update, the homeowners are hesitant to go with the musician's larger-than-life ideas that include a VIP lounge and neon decor.
We get
more stripper poles.
Yeah.
More stripper poles.
Club LT, man, back in the day.
But just to have that...
Is it at the start of a series, or
Yeah,
is
it's
this just
series.
a one-off?
Lil Jon wants
so we're
to
gonna
do
do
what?
this. Yeah.
And he's going to want everybody's basement a club.
Yeah, that's going to burn quick right there.
But it's just interesting to be in that boardroom. We're like, all right, now and then have him come in. Yeah!
Yeah,
I did
love
think
this idea,
he was a really good endorser for Jimmy John's, though, with the Little John.
That's right. I remember that now. I forgot all about that. Little John there. Anything else, Rocky?
That is it. Labyrinth, if you guys haven't seen it.
Yeah, I've heard of that movie.
And another fact about it, Hoggle is a big puppet that they use that guides Jennifer Connelly. They lost that puppet in transit, and it ended up in Scottsboro, Alabama.
Oh, wow.
Is
So
it
they had it
unclaimed
on display.
baggage?
Yeah.
So somebody went to unclaimed baggage, like, I think I'm going to buy that
imagine
costume.
it's a full. It looks like Willow. It's a full-grown thing, and like it's just opening a box, going, "Oh my God!"
What have I bought?
Yeah.
I've never been there, by the way. Unclaimed
I
baggage.
have not either. Yeah.
Yeah, I had college buddy Shep Shady and a former girlfriend from Scottsboro. So I went up there a couple of times and made it over there. Can't remember what all I bought. Maybe.
I mean, is there some decent stuff?
You know, for a while, golf clubs were very popular. People would lose their golf clubs. And sunglasses.
There's Hoggle.
Oh, my. So I could buy that?
I don't think you buy it. They have it on display.
Oh.
It's quite the nose.
Unbelievable. I mean, sunglasses back in the day, people just leaving sunglasses on planes and such, when they go clean it up and they're gone.
Kind of looks like Mike from Better Call Saul.
Mike looks rough, man. The back of his neck.
I would think this day and age, though, most like flight attendants, if they find somebody's sunglasses or the lost and found people, once it's been there long enough, you just keep it or sell it online, right?
Yeah, I don't know how the business practice worked. I'm just saying back then when
I
went.
know.
Do you think
was
there's
a very
a
popular
chance
thing.
that anybody has
Pre-internet.
ever gone there and found their own stuff?
Look at this. I lost this 3 years ago. Yeah.
Oh, all these shirts fit me perfectly.
It's my ex-wife.
She's in the suitcase with Goggle. Or whoever that thing is.
Hoggle.
Just Hoggle.
Gondol. His girlfriend's gondola.
All right, top of the hour here. We'll talk to Montana Fouts coming up if you're just on the show. Big basketball news for Auburn. They got Jonai Broom from Moorhead. He's going to be a power down low player for them, 6'10", averaged a double-double. And also Efton Reed, who left LSU, one of the many transfers from LSU, former five-star, the only LSU player that started all 34 games last year. He's going to Gonzaga, so the Zags pick him up. Baseball tonight, that includes the Atlanta Braves and the Mets starting a series. Max Fried on the hill tonight. That goes at 6:10. When we come back, Montana Fouts, brought to you by our friends at Summit Tree Stands. That's coming up next, right here on The Next Round and around the globe on the Next Round app.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster. Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. The best ride I've ever had is the car I'm in right now, an Alfa Romeo Stelvio from our friends at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. In a world where we hear about supply chain all the time, that's not a problem at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. They have the largest selection in the Southeast, and people come from all over to work with Bo O'Neill and his team. Find out for yourself. Stop by the dealership just off I-459 Grants Mill Road exit or alfaromeousa of
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham. So why is it important for you guys to produce a better and more unique experience for the buyer here at EAW?
Well, it's important because word of mouth goes a long way. Everyone is quick to put up a Google review, and it's all about taking care of the customer to get that 5-star rating in return.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline. Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
This Mother's Day, treat mom to the gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa at the Summit Shopping Centers right off of Highway 280. Choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, and nail services. The Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. Order mom her special gift online at birmingham.woodhousespas.com or just stop by the Summit location right off of Highway 280. The Woodhouse Day Spa. Experience the difference.
As Alabama's leading jeweler since 1836, you can trust Bromberg's when they say there is no better Mother's Day or graduation gift than diamonds. This week only, May 2nd through 7th, shop Bromberg's incredible savings on the best and most beautiful diamonds in town. Dream big with Bromberg's Big Diamond Sale. Diamond rings, earrings, necklaces, mountings, and other diamond jewelry on sale at prices from 5 to 50% off at Bromberg's Big Diamond Sale, May 2nd through 7th in Mountain Brook and the Summit. Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
117 days until the college football season. We're to the good stuff, though, in baseball and softball. We'll talk more football later on. Montana Fouts standing by, being brought to you by our friends at Summit Tree Stands.
They are a leading manufacturer of premium quality, high-performance tree stands, safety harnesses, and tree stand accessories. And right now, when you visit summitstands.com, thanks to our association with Montana, you can get 14% off all tree stands when you use the code MONTANA14. Montana14. Get 14% off all tree stands. SummitStands.com.
Montana Fouts is with us now. She joins us from over in Tuscaloosa after what was an off weekend, a bye weekend, right? And I saw where you were saying you do a lot of cameos for fans. People can hit you up and order some cameos. What's the most common request you get on the Cameo platform to do? And do you have one unique one, weird one you've had along the way?
I feel like I've had a couple, I wouldn't say weird, but unique, but I don't know. I don't think any one stands out.
Like nobody has said, Montana, will you dump
maybe like for themselves, where they just like, that I would say that's unique with people ordering them for themselves, just to say hey or anything like that. So I think that's pretty cool. But I'd say the most common is probably birthdays.
Birthdays. No, you haven't had a girl say, hey, will you break up with my boyfriend on Cameo?
Oh, wow.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Hope that doesn't happen. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. But
listen, you could do this one though. If they do that, say, "Hey, Montana Fouts, I'm known for striking out 10 or 11 people a day. Wow. Apparently, you've struck out with Debbie. The relationship's over."
I'll have to put that one in my back pocket, but hopefully, I don't have to use that.
Hey, so in break, I saw you drinking out of a mason jar, and it looked.
You did not.
I did, and it looked interesting because I guess it might be tea. It could be moonshine. I have no idea. But it didn't look like there was any ice in it.
Tea.
There's no ice.
This is homemade sweet tea. My mom makes the best sweet tea, and then I was like kind of missing it, so I was like, I'm gonna try it. And my brother, I was at Walmart the other day, and I was like, okay, this is the day that I'm gonna try it, because I've surprisingly never done it, because either my brother or my mom always makes it. And I'll say it's not up there to hers yet, but it's pretty good.
How much sugar?
Too much.
See, I don't think there can be too much, and you don't have ice in that.
Yeah, my fridge isn't making ice right now, so unfortunately, it's just I'm just relying on the picture of the fridge.
Get Montana her first check, please. Yes. I'll get on the business office. We're gonna get this.
I gotta talk to my landlord about that one.
Yeah, absolutely.
If he listens to this, our ice machine's not working.
Montana Fouts is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. She is presented each week by Summit Tree Stands, carefully engineered to be the most silent, secure, comfortable, and safest tree stands available. Use the code Montana14 to get 14% off all tree stands. SummitStands.com is where you go for that. I get excited, Montana. This is weird. When I go in a restaurant and they serve drinks in a mason jar is an excellent receptacle for a drink. I don't know what it is. It's like the perfect size, the perfect round. I don't know what it is, but it's a great thing for a drink.
Perfect. I can't remember where I went last year, but I bought way too many. My roommates hate me for it because we have too many in the house. I think it was like 24. And we did not have room for it. So now they're just half of them are sitting in our pantry, half of them are scattered around the house, but we've got a lot of them here.
Tell me Allie Shipman came over for the first time and said, tell me you're from Eastern Kentucky without saying you're from Eastern Kentucky.
Something like that.
All right. So it was an off weekend. You guys were not playing. We finished up the regular season this week, and then it's SEC tournament, NCAA tournament time. So you get a weekend off. You guys have been grinding it. What do you do? What did you do this weekend to get away a little bit from softball?
Well, my best friends from home came in, so they drove the 6.5, 7 hour drive, and we took Dixie, which you can't see her. I don't know if you can see her even if I showed you, but she's watching the show from like right here. She got to swim a lot the past couple days. Got some sun, and my best friend makes really great spaghetti, so wow. I was looking forward to that all weekend. So we just very chill weekend, got some sun. Dixie got to swim, so I had a good weekend.
So I know when you're out of town, and you told us this before, that the boyfriend is on Dixie duty. When you guys go to watch a movie, who gets to choose the movie, and what's your favorite movie of all time?
Shoot, I can't tell you the last time I went to the movie theater. I tried a while ago. I don't know if they had that much stuff, but I like comedies. So as long as it's a funny movie, I don't care. Scary movies are out. But most of the time, it's grown-ups, like when we're just at the house. somebody called me out for that the other day. They said, if you're picking a movie at the house, Grown Ups is my comfort movie, I feel like. So just throw it on the TV.
Yep. That's good. I like that.
Yeah. So
I'm a comedy guy too. I don't like scary movies.
Have you seen Grown Ups too?
All of them. All of them. Like I'm saying all of them. All the Grown Ups are playing on TV.
I'm
Dixie
missing
loves
out.
it. Do what?
I said I'm missing out apparently because I've never seen it. So I need to go back and check it out.
First thing you got to do when you get home today.
Grown-ups. That's right, grown-ups. You got to do that. All right, we were discussing earlier, and I don't imagine you've seen this. Maybe you have, but Auburn was playing Tennessee in baseball, and Auburn hit a home run. There was a bat flip in front of the Tennessee dugout. The Tennessee baseball coach picks it up, and he throws it back at the Auburn as they celebrate, the Auburn team, as they celebrate around home plate. Is the bat flip like so frowned upon in fast pitch as it is in baseball? What are the unwritten rules of fast pitch we may not know that is a rule you do not cross as a player?
No, I mean, I feel like as long as you're not being disrespectful, like if you're, I feel like whenever my teammate were to hit it and bat flip, as long as they're being respectful, I'm going to think it's cool. And as a pitcher, I feel like maybe that just might fuel me for something else. But as long as they're respectful, I shouldn't have thrown it down the middle. I mean, that's. Yeah. So I feel like being respectful about it and it's just part of the game. So,
I mean, but in baseball, you send a message as a pitcher. Do you do that in slow pitch? In fast pitch, do you send a message to the hitter?
I mean, I don't feel like anybody's ever just done it where I was just like, okay, well, this isn't going to fly with me. As I feel like I would rather try to strike him out every time after that than let him get on base again type of mindset.
Montana, you can come on here with that sweet tea smile and all of that. You're telling me you've never intentionally hit somebody after they've hit a home run on you or the next person up or anything?
I'll say I've never hit somebody after they hit a home run off me on purpose. Yeah. I feel like I hit somebody recently and it probably looked like it was on purpose. And I was like, I swear I did not hit you on purpose. As like I like accidentally hit her in the shin guard and I was like, oh my gosh, the worst timing possible. But no, not after a home run or anything like that.
We've already seen in Major League Baseball in the month of April multiple bench clearing brawls. Have you ever seen that in softball?
I don't know if I've seen it in softball. I will say our team's ready. Weirdly, our team is ready for this. It's something I hear every day. It's like just yesterday at practice, they were like, "If this is our time, if we're gonna do this, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna leave my mask on." Those are the words that came out of my mouth yesterday. My mask will stay on. So if me and Chip have our masks on, that's why. Just know it's planned.
Well, you can probably get it started.
I know. If y'all want to scrap against Missouri, you hold the lighter fluid.
Yeah.
That's true. I will say that I feel like I don't want to get kicked out this too late in the season. So if it happens, it happens. But I'm not going in with the idea that we're starting a brawl.
On the record there. So where's the mindset? You got Missouri here, and then you got the SEC tournament down in Gainesville. Do you like where you are? Do you feel like you're peaking? Is there a little something you want to get done this weekend to get right for the postseason?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like probably every single one of our players wants to get just a little bit better, or maybe a lot better. Like this weekend's pretty big, just so we can work some things out and get ready for next week. I just feel like we say all the time, like, run the table, and I feel like we just gotta take each game at a time, but just know that each game still matters, even though it's the last weekend of the regular season.
Yeah, so this is, as we mentioned, was a bye week for you guys, a week off, and obviously you hope this ends up in Oklahoma City, but you've got a series. You've got the SEC tournament, the NCAAs, hopefully Oklahoma City. Then you're in the World Games with the U.S. team. So when is your next weekend off? I mean, this could be a long time before you get a break again, right?
Yeah, I think after the World Series, I'm going to Hawaii. So my next weekend off will be in Hawaii.
Wow.
Hey, can I ask?
I was feeling sorry for her until that answer there. And I was like, okay, that was really good.
Now, you're smiling. That's not like a boyfriend you're going with the trip with the family or anything. No,
Here we go.
Bad road.
Are you expecting a World Series ring, but another kind of ring later on?
No. Oh, yeah. No. We're just the national championship ring is
you went
what
to
I'm
that finger,
after.
though. You went to that finger, though.
It's the only one that fits.
Okay.
So
I like
painful.
it.
So painful watching it. Yeah. Lance, did you have one?
Yeah, can I ask you a Wikipedia question? Because we believe Wikipedia is the gospel. But we have found out that you can change Wikipedia on the fly. Your numbers, if this is true, it says that your ERA in high school was 0.16.
Maybe. I don't know.
It said you had 9 perfect games and 14 no-hitters.
I think that's true, yeah.
Oh, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah. I would say, yeah. It's good.
Did you win the state championship?
No,
we didn't. We didn't. We made it to state championship my sophomore year for the first time ever. And Kentucky's a little weird, so whenever you get to the Sweet 16, so 16 teams, everybody plays everybody. So there wasn't any classes or anything. So it was tough to get there, but it was the first time ever that we made it.
So it's like in basketball, small school and like Hoosiers, everybody's seen that movie. You made it there, and it doesn't matter if you're big school, small school, you're all thrown in together.
Right.
Wow.
And I think they changed it last year.
Okay,
for Kentucky.
I read this wrong, so not to take anything away from you, that was in one season. You had 9 perfect games and 14 no-hitters. For your career high school, you had 77 shutouts, 25 no-hitters in 15 perfect games. I just don't want to discredit anything from you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Wow.
Let's set the record straight there. All right, she is Montana Fouts, and no tree stands in Hawaii. You will not pack the Summit tree stand for Hawaii, right? No hunting there?
It won't be during season, but I did watch a show yesterday, Meat Eater on Netflix. Very good. They came out with the new season, but they do have turkeys in Hawaii. So I don't know. I don't know what their season is. So maybe.
Interesting. All right. Well, the Summit tree stand, carefully engineered to be the most silent, secure, comfortable, and safest tree stands available from Hawaii to Maine, wherever. SummitStands.com. Use code Montana14 for 14% off all tree stands at SummitStands.com. Montana, thank you. Good luck this week. We'll see you next Monday.
Thank y'all.
All right, take care. That is Montana Fouts with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
So sweet tea, you ever make it?
I never make it. I love it, though. I don't drink it much. I probably have sweet tea once every 2 or 3 weeks, but I like mine really, really sweet.
Well, that's the only way to do it. And she says not enough, right?
No, she said it was too much.
Well, she said it was too much, but basically you don't think you can put enough.
I don't think you can put enough
too much in there. She said it was too much.
Well, I wanted to knock my teeth out.
But she said it was too much as an athlete who's at the peak of her game. She's much to be drinking.
21. She can have as much sugar as she wants.
Yeah. We don't make sweet tea in our house. You're a big tea drinker.
Well, I drink Arnold Palmer. We make Arnold Palmer at my house, and
you use the lemonade to sweeten it.
Yeah. Well, it's Crystal Light. It's Crystal Light lemonade, and 2 packs of those 4 tea bags. But that is, I guess, it's got artificial sweetener in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I drink an Arnold Palmer. I drink a lot of that at the house. Yeah.
So it's really no high sugar there. So
no sugar
thing.
Yeah.
Are you guys not surprised by those numbers, though?
Those are phenomenal.
Are you
numbers,
kidding
yes.
me? I thought Patrick Murphy found her like a diamond in the rough, but everybody was beating a trail to get it. Somebody who's throwing 22 perfect games.
Fouts holds the Kentucky high school softball ERA record for a pitcher, 0.16 ERA. 25 no-hitters and 15 perfect games. That is insane.
No, it is crazy.
Of course, he threw one in the World Series last year, right?
Yeah.
So if your little daughter was playing against Montana in high school and it was an away game, as a dad, were you like
you just don't even go?
Yeah, it's like, hey,
I'm gonna play golf,
honey. I'm playing golf today with the guys. You go watch Nancy play that Montana girl. I don't want to watch it.
Yeah.
Don't want to watch it. Grab a hammy. Always good catching up with Montana. Big weekend for Alabama coming up. Auburn softball, number 16 Auburn. They win 2 of 3 against number 15 Georgia this past weekend. Auburn's at Tennessee Friday to wrap up their regular season. Then everybody's off down to Gainesville for the SEC softball tournament. We talked earlier about the baseball this weekend. Big wins for Auburn at Tennessee. Alabama got swept. UAB took 2 of 3 from number 4 Southern Mississippi, and Jack State swept North Alabama. 117 days away from the start of the college football season. This hour of the show being brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster, open for lunch right now, where they have fabulous sweet tea ready to go with that southern fried chicken, that chicken on a stick, the Mississippi Delta tamales, and a lot more. Your home for Blues, Brews, and Bird is champyschicken.com. Call ahead or order online. They'll also cater your tailgates. They'll cater your parties, your office meetings, whatever. A party of one or a whole busload of travel teams, softball or baseball is our friends, Sterling and champyschicken.com.
The NCAA announced while we were talking to Montana that Nebraska has been hit with some football probation. Most of the sanctions are going to be on Scott Frost.
Now, this comes back where Scott Frost were allowing off-the-field consultants to coach on the field during the pandemic.
Too many coaches, basically, is what this is going to be. So, Scott Frost, record 15-29, by the way, as who pointed that out here? Stuart Mandel. Scott Frost, 15-29, and now a one-year show cause on top of it. Frost gets $10,000 fine, one-year show cause, plus a 5-day suspension from all coaching duties during the 2022 football season. Most think the way it's worded, that'll be at the start of fall camp. A reduction of the number of football accountable coaches, and all 9 coaching staff members removed from practice and competition for those same 5 days. So it's basically a 5-day suspension and a one-year show cause.
Okay, so what's the show cause? What's the penalty of that if I've got a job? Obviously, if I'm looking for a job.
It's a toothless penalty.
Yeah.
It's just to say that one day, it's like having a criminal record, right? It's that one day they go back and say, no, wait a minute. You got arrested back when you were 21. Why don't you tell me that story, right? Like, I mean, yes, it is a toothless thing because of one-year show calls. I've got the job for the 1 year.
Like if I'm fired and I'm looking for a job, like if they made it a one-year show cause whenever he leaves Nebraska, then that's newsworthy, right? If I lose my job this year, I can't be hired someone. I don't know if anybody would want him, but
I was about to say he's probably
I can't be hired
Yeah.
as a coordinator or anything for a year. Then that is a major penalty.
Right,
but like it sounds, that doesn't seem like it's anything.
Well, this is that year for Scott Frost, in my opinion, because I think back in the day, he used to give guys 5 years. This is year number 5. You don't get that luxury anymore, but I think because he's a Nebraska guy, they're still being patient with him, but this has got to be that year.
Dunaway, you know what that show calls will be as a line in his coaching obituary when it's over this year, when he gets fired at Nebraska this year after they struggle again. That'll be just part of the coaching obituary that, you know, his record was awful and he got a one-year show cause. That's just going to be part of it. This has turned into one of the most disastrous hires we have ever seen, really, in college football. I mean, this is an awful hire.
Does
seemed great at the time, but it has turned out to be awful.
And I know this is probably too late in the game, but would that open the door if Trev Alberts wanted to make a weird move right now?
Maybe.
To open the door to fire him with cause?
Yeah, I mean, he's already reduced his contract, so you're getting him at a quote-unquote a bargain. I don't know if it's a bargain based on what he's done. You're probably still overpaying him based on his record.
Yeah, but in May, who takes that job? You guys remember when the whole Mike Price fiasco, and Mike Chula had to come in because of the timing.
And Alabama was in better shape then than Nebraska is now.
This is Nebraska.
I think you would definitely do an interim situation unless there was an NFL guy that wanted to get out of a situation in Carolina and Matt Rule wanted to take it.
I still think you
like
could get him with cause after the season.
Yeah.
I mean, with cause is 5 crap years.
Yeah,
right?
you probably just let this play out if you're Trev Alberts. You just bite the bullet. No, it's going to be another crap season. I don't know what is to be gained by an interim season. I don't think it's going to be any better than a Scott Frost season. And he's giving you plenty of ammo to fire him with cause. Now, does this help you save on the buyout? Maybe, but I would think that's probably, if you fire him now, if you fire him at the end of the season, you're not going to have to pay the buyout.
All right. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment as well. They bring you the Cowan Equipment poll question. Brown, you had a question about Clayton Kershaw you wanted to get to.
Hey, having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment? Check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Two-part question. And I'll ask Lance. He is our resident Dodgers fan. Clayton Kershaw became the all-time strikeouts leader for the L.A. Dodgers over the weekend. Congrats to Clayton Kershaw.
Yep. Much well-deserved and not surprised. A lot of innings pitched for him.
Passing Andy Messersmith?
Passing Don Drysdale. Is he the best Dodgers pitcher of all time?
Ooh, I think.
Part 2 of the question, is this the toughest franchise to answer that question?
It might be.
Well, the first name,
Sandy Koufax.
Koufax is the first name.
Yeah.
The first image that pops to mind for me, though, is Fernando Valenzuela.
He's probably not even in your top. I mean, look, here's the guys that are in front of Fernando: Clayton Kershaw, Sandy Koufax, Don Drysdale, Don Sutton, Oral Hershiser.
Yeah, Hershiser would definitely be there. I don't know if Don Sutton would be, though.
Oh, and not in front of Fernando?
I don't know.
You don't think?
If you're going,
more years,
if you're
but
going by stats,
just dominance.
That's one thing. But when he was pitching, how many years was Fernando mania going on?
Well, it started in '81, and he threw a no-hitter in 1990.
Yeah, but 81 to 85, 86
probably
was probably a good window of Fernando mania. And I don't know if you had anybody just that moment in time.
It's
was
either
as popular.
It's either Koufax or Kershaw. If Kershaw had a better postseason success, it would be Kershaw. But he's won a World Series now.
Now Don Sutton pitched for an eternity, but he had 324 wins.
So if I erased our country music Mount Rushmore and threw Dodger pitcher Mount Rushmore, Fernando make it up there?
I don't think so.
Four heads.
Fernando Dodgers wins 141. I mean, Sutton had almost 300 more wins, or 200 more wins than him.
Yeah, obviously, stat-wise,
It's
is
not
one
close.
thing. Fernando Valenzuela was an icon back in the 80s there. Okay, we'll make that a poll question about Clayton Kershaw. How are you going to phrase that question?
Clayton is the best Dodgers pitcher ever.
Best Dodgers pitcher ever. That's part of our Cowan Equipment poll questions at nextroundlive.com. Nextroundlive.com. Patrick has just retweeted our new T-shirt design. He's our contest winner from our friends at New Life Art. You can check that out over on our social media platform at Next Round Live. When we come back, LT has trash and a lot more. This is TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. If your home is dated or if you have a property in need of repair and just want to get it sold without fixing it up, you need Holly Mack Wilson. This is a niche market, and Holly excels in moving as-is real estate. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. Holly Mack Wilson, an as-is Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor. Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com. You've heard some of my coworkers talk about the amazing results they've had from Way to Wellness. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. I didn't set out to drop a bunch of weight. I was just looking for sensible snacks to maintain my weight. I found those at Way to Wellness. You can too. Visit aplanforme.com. Whether you want to lose weight or just snack more sensibly and maintain your weight, you can do that with Way to Wellness. I love the fudge graham and the caramel crunch. They are terrific. Find out more at aplanforme.com. And join us here on the Next Round for our journey to a healthier life with Way to Wellness.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the Vaughan, Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from the next round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com. Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Back with you on the next round. You're going to hear Bob Stoops speaking to the Oklahoma House of Representatives earlier last week. I told you what he said about Lincoln Riley, but I want you to hear it. It just sounds different. Forrester has that for me in just a second after I tell you about the great folks at Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg Nelson and the folks at Storm Restoration Roofing want to make sure that the thing that protects your house, the roof, is in good working order, keeping the water on the outside and keeping the cool air on the inside. A free, no-cost roof inspection with no obligation is yours if you call Greg Nelson right now on his cell phone, 205-542-3531. 542-3531. If you're, awkward like me, don't want to talk to somebody, you just want to text him right there, 542-3531. Or look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City with Storm Restoration Roofing. He and his wife own the company. That Storm Restoration Roofing has been locally owned for 20 years. You've heard me talk about Greg and his work ethic for years, how he gets along with the insurance company. Those guys trust him. If Greg says something's happening on your roof, the insurance company is going to believe him, and that's going to help you get the most maximum amount of money from your insurance company. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau and everything you need to know right now. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, Storm Restoration Roofing, 205-542-3531. So the Oklahoma House of Representatives honoring Bob Stoops for stepping back in, coaching Oklahoma in the bowl game after Lincoln Riley bounced off to Southern California. He starts off talking about getting the call to come back and coach one more time for Boomer Sooner.
Talking about, this past year and getting called off the golf course to come back and lead that Sunday was really fairly easy. And I think I've been given way too much credit for it. I wasn't golfing all that well that day, so it was easy to leave the course. And truly, I didn't have to travel back from Florida to do it. I'm right down the road. And let's face it, even in your positions as well, you leave something for 4 or 5 years, you don't forget how to do it when you've done it your whole life. And it made it easy that I was able to reach the players and they accepted me. But I remember that day, my primary mission, my first mission was to remind everybody, players, community, everybody at the university, Lincoln Riley didn't invent OU football. Okay? And everyone needed a little wake-up call because they kind of slipped into thinking he did. And I sure as heck didn't either. I truly do thank you for the recognition. It means a great deal to me. And love the state of Oklahoma. Boomer. Sooner.
All right,
Wow.
that's if ever you wanted Oklahoma and USC to play each other in week one, this would be the year. In Norman, it would be great.
I'm a little surprised because Stoops obviously gave Lincoln that endorsement when he resigned so abruptly. And, I understand what he's saying, but you don't really need to say it.
Well, I mean, they're at a point where you've got to somehow build up Brent Venables, as he's a guy that can go, from all the way back from Bud Wilkinson to Barry Switzer to Bob Stoops, Lincoln Riley. You want Brent Venables to be mentioned with those guys, right? And you don't want him to fall into the Howard Snellenberger years.
Yeah, you certainly don't want that.
Or the John Blake years.
Yeah, so that's
disaster.
You want to build this guy up, and the best way of doing that is to say, hey, the guy who left didn't do this, and I didn't either. Oklahoma's bigger than me, bigger than Lincoln, and that's why you need to get behind Brent.
Well, but here's the whole thing. If you're on Lincoln Riley's side of this and you're watching this, it probably hurts a little bit, but you just got to understand, when you're in a situation like that, you're not going to be able to leave and everybody say, hey, man, best of luck to you.
That's right.
We wish you all the best. The people that are left behind when you're leaving a situation like that are always going to feel like the jilted lover, and they're going to lash out in many different ways. And I'm not saying Bob Stoops lashed out there, but a lot of people have. And it's just lines like that probably, cut a little bit for Lincoln Riley.
Oklahoma is one of the premier college football programs of all time. USC is a flashier program, and he left for a flashier program.
He did.
But I think that's what
what
really
hurts.
hurts is the fact that Oklahoma is a better program right now.
Yeah, and that's why he says something like that. Let's do trash. Rockstar has it queued and ready to go with a big button push right now.
When a guy's banging you, you spin off of him. Those are the worst defenders to play against, actually, because if you can feel their body, come on.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Come on.
Hey, when it comes to home equity, bigger, always better. And our friends at Mortgage Right, they've got a program that will help you gain more home equity while paying less out of your pocket. With Mortgage Right's Wealth Builder program, you can build equity faster than you would with most other mortgage programs, and you don't even need a down payment. Apply your cash towards a lower interest rate or shorter loan term instead. Save bigger and better than you can with most other mortgage options. Go big, go home. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. This one out of Madisonville, Kentucky. Police say a driver ended up in a ditch on Wednesday night. Happened just before 9 p.m. Police said the driver was listening to loud music, wasn't wearing any pants.
I've done this.
They said they could smell alcohol.
Not the not wearing pants part.
And the driver right there, Tammy Stafford, was struggling to stay awake.
Okay.
Hey, Matt's mom.
Police say her speech was slurred, and she didn't realize she had driven into a ditch.
My son went to Super Bowl.
They said that Stafford admitted to drinking, could not complete field sobriety test. During a search of her car, they also found 3, not 1, not 2, but 3 empty vodka bottles.
Do you think before the mugshot, she did the Julia Roberts thing, where had her hair up and just hold on?
Yep. What a good mugshot.
She, blood alcohol level test, 0.302.
Oh, wow. I thought you died when they got that high.
It's close. That's a, yeah.
So give me...
She looks to be functioning at this point.
What's the legal limit?
Like 0.07, I think.
0.07 is the legal limit. She was 0.3.
Yeah.
And pantsless.
Well, yes, there's that detail, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is almost 4 times the legal limit.
Wow.
Wow, that is...
She looks actually okay to have that much alcohol in her system.
So she's, just a shade over 5'6" there in the mug shot. So I'm just trying to guess size, because that kind of determines your blood alcohol content, right? Smaller people get drunker quicker. Am I wrong about that?
You would think, yeah.
Come on, little lady. Turn that frown upside down.
Let me take my britches off first. It's so hot.
New company.
I thought you were going to tell me she was driving a tractor.
No. New numbers from Castle, which is an office security firm that tracks key card swipes in thousands of commercial buildings, shows that offices in the U.S. 10 largest cities are about 40% occupied, up 15% more from a year earlier. Now, companies such as Apple and Google began requiring most employees to return to offices on a hybrid schedule back in April, but most companies demanding people back in the office could see more employees leave their job in the coming months. Now, according to the survey findings from the ADP Research Institute published earlier this week, the return to office mandates could especially drive younger employees to quit. Now, the report was People at Work 2022, a global workforce view, surveyed more than 32,000 workers in November 2021 from the U.S., India, the Netherlands, and other countries. 2/3, about 64%, said they already or would consider looking for a new job if they had to go back into the office.
Yeah, I will tell you, we were talking to someone this weekend about, the workforce now in 2022. And We used to sing songs about working for the weekend. Now it's like
Loverboy.
Yeah. Now it's like we try whatever we can do not to work every day. That seems to be the goal of a lot of Americans now is how can I make money not to do anything?
Well, that is absolutely true. But I know a lot of people, man, whose companies have gone 100% work at home, and most of the people I know love it. I would hate it. I cannot imagine. Now, we do a different job, obviously, than most people.
But it's that stat, though, Brown's the reason why recently when we were driving through downtown Birmingham, I asked the question, do you think we'll ever see a new skyscraper built in Birmingham? And you guys said no, and it's because of so much open space and the workforce becoming more mobile.
Yeah.
You don't need a big, tall building anymore to go to work in.
I just, when we were doing the show, and for how many days was it?
320 something, right?
Oh, remotely?
Yeah.
377 days.
377.
When we joined each other in the studio again.
Driving me insane.
Did we finally made it back in the studio together.
Yeah. We finished up in studio. That was the darkest days of my
Technically, we finished up with him on vacation.
That is true.
Yeah, that's true.
Lance, we got some news for you.
Darkest days of my professional career. I don't mind telling you.
Yeah. For the
Working
first
from your basement.
For the first couple of weeks, it was kind of
it's fun.
eerie and it was a little fun. It was like maybe somebody camping out for the first time.
But I don't know about you, but I thought then this is going to be a couple of weeks and we'll be back in studio. I didn't think it was the start of a 370 some odd day run.
I just came across this. Jeff Bezos has got some money, right?
He does.
A little bit.
Yes.
They said that he lost $20.5 billion in 24 hours.
You don't even notice it. How'd he do that?
Second richest man in the world lost this huge sum in 24 hours, to be more precise. The big loss happened during the April 29th stock market session. Now, he still has a net worth of $148 billion. That's still,
he's gonna be okay?
Still a big chunk, man.
It is.
He's now over $100 billion from Elon Musk, the world's richest man. I'm trying to find out how he lost this.
Well, it's just in the stock market. Crap day.
I'm hoping it's luggage, and I'm heading to Scottsboro later on today.
Amazon did take a hit. Yeah. I mean, he's got almost 10% of his stake in Amazon.
Am I right? Is Amazon one of those companies? Amazon and Starbucks are fighting for unions right now. Is that true? I mean, that changes.
Amazon is.
They're fighting against unionization.
Amazon workers are wanting to unionize.
Yes. Right, but the big, that Amazon delivery center out here, that was the big fight here in Birmingham, was they were trying to fight unionization, and unions were trying to get the workers to unionize.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying is that can change the pricing of Amazon, which could tilt it back to some brick and mortars may have a fighting chance again.
How about this? At least 3 people were wounded after a policeman pulled a hand grenade pin in a court to demonstrate how it works.
Oh, no.
Oh, okay, let's see. Okay.
All right.
Fire in the hole!
Just give me a second.
I'm going to need you guys to object quickly.
Now, the incident took place
the grenade works
in a court in Karachi City after the judge asked the officer how the device could be detonated.
Oh, this way, Your Honor.
Now, according to the local media reports, police officer was presenting the evidence at a high-profile terrorism-related case as the police forces had confiscated the grenade among other cache of weapons. The officer believed the grenade had been deactivated. Oops.
Yeah, turns out it wasn't.
Adding that the courtroom was cleared in the aftermath of the explosion.
I would bet.
The bomb disposal squad alerted. 3 people were taken to a nearby hospital for emergency medical treatment. The trial was suspended for the rest of the day.
It's a better story if he goes, oops, throws it out the window, and it lands in the coyote's lap as he's eating lunch down at the construction site.
Oh, my.
Very, very descriptive. I just see him going over to the jury box.
Friday, the Gallery Sportsman Club and Range in Lakewood, Colorado. The first and only restaurant and lounge with a firing range complex opens in Lakewood. Quote, when we realized that there were other concepts like this around the country. I do not want to wait
tables here, man.
We thought Colorado would be the perfect place to bring something like this, according to Megan Hymanson, the Gallery Sportsman Club and Range co-owner. Business features a restaurant, gun range, coffee bar, training center, and retail store. Now, Hymanson and co-founder David Grassa said that they began thinking about starting this business years ago. Went on to say, we were at a friend's birthday party about 2.5 years ago. We were at a shooting range. We didn't have the best experience. And afterwards, we said we wanted a place to have some drinks, have some food, and head all the way down the road.
You know, Mike, I didn't have the best experience today at that birthday party. Hey, were you thinking about doing a restaurant and a gun range?
You know
Mike, that's a hell of an idea.
You know, we need drinks and a gun range.
No, you know who told me this concept like literally like 5-8 years ago, my buddy Heath, he was like, I want to do a gun
That's who I
range.
was gonna guess. You did not have to tell us.
And we're going to do it underground.
And we can stay there 20 days if we need to.
Bunker tots.
Hey, by the way, I'd already done your Tropicana cereal commercial.
What would be on the menu, Rockstar? At Heath's underground gun range.
Freedom fries.
I don't know. What goes with Doomsday? Would that be desserts?
Doomsday donuts?
We got Doomsday Dijon mustard made here in America.
Can you pull back up the pictures again? That logo is the worst marble maze.
It really is.
Ever.
You
just go into the right,
Conoco.
and it comes right back out on the other side.
I won, I think.
It's the worst maze ever. That's all I needed.
Yep.
That's all I got.
That is trash right there. Brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yeah, everyone wants to be someone's first choice, and Mortgage Right can help you be number one in the eyes of home sellers across the nation by getting you pre-approved faster than other home buyers. Getting pre-approved in today's competitive market, it is a game changer, and Mortgage Right is the perfect lender to help you land your dream home. With their upfront underwriting program, you can understand your budget, minimize home buying setbacks, and shop with certainty when you have an underwriter's stamp of approval backing you. Be better than the competition. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Cheney writes in and says, you guys often were the bright spot of those early pandemic days. Cannot ever thank you enough. You know, I was looking back last night. I was in a somber mood, helped out by the whiskey. But I was in a somber mood last night, and I have saved a lot. I mean, I think I saved 100 tweets that you guys sent to us early on during the pandemic about us getting up and going to work every day during the pandemic. And I think I'm right about this. We did not miss one day they let us work during the pandemic.
We didn't miss a day.
No, we never missed a day.
Yeah.
They wanted us to miss, and we chose not to.
Yeah, even when they were forcing us to be off work and not get paid, we chose to keep going to work and not get paid for that reason, Cheney. So thank you for remembering that. And it meant the world to us. And as we said many times during that, it was as much therapy for us as it was a bright spot for any of you. And we appreciate you guys being with us for those 377 days, but also coming over here like you have with what we're doing now. And a lot of what we do here were birthed individually during those dark days at the beginning of the pandemic. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Lunsford, I don't understand the formatting of the hockey playoffs to set up who we're playing. I don't think my Tampa Bay Lightning should be having to play the Toronto Maple Leafs in the first round. It just doesn't seem fair that we get the toughest first-round matchup, but, whatever.
Should have been better.
Yeah, we should have been better this year. It's been a long year. It's going to be hard to three-peat, but hockey starts tonight. 4 game ones, including Lightning and Maple Leafs, 6:30 on ESPN2. We're back in a moment on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Banking is not just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union. is federally insured by the NCUA.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Spring is finally here. Now's the time to hit those trails and sidewalks you've been missing in a fresh pair of perfectly fit New Balance running or walking shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store. Our trained fit specialists get as much information as possible before matching you with the perfect pair of New Balance shoes. We've also got all the apparel and other gear you need for spring, too. There's no better time to get outside than right now. So come over to the New Balance Birmingham store and get your custom-fit New Balance footwear and spring apparel today.
Creekside Barbecue at Oak Mountain is centered on great barbecue, soulful music, and good vibes. Alabama-style chicken, North Carolina pork, and Memphis-kissed ribs, along with chef-inspired sides. There's something for everyone at Creekside Barbecue. Creekside Barbecue, just off I-65 at the Oak Mountain exit. Come enjoy lunch or dinner on Creekside's huge outdoor deck overlooking the creek with several TVs and incredible food. Creekside can also cater parties and other events up to 200 people. Stop by or check out the menu online, creekside-bbq.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline is 205-734-0923. And boy, for a small amount of money a month, you can go see America in a great Johnston RV.
Like that Clipper Ultralight 182 DBU bunk model from Coachman. Payments as low as $179 a month. See Johnston RV Center for details on that. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, exit 334 in Decatur, always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
JD in Huntsville has been very, very patient with us. He's standing by. JD, man, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, doing great, guys. Listen, I got a best and worst in the same game. You guys were talking about Clayton Kershaw. Seemed like he had a no-hitter early in the season, but they pulled him for the pitch count or something like that.
Yeah, they did perfect game going.
Wow. Best and worst, there was a high school game on Friday where a kid from Etowah High School pitched a no-hitter, struck out 15, and lost the game.
Oh, yeah. So did he walk a lot of kids? I mean, why that happened?
Well, what happened in the fourth inning? He had struck out the first 2 batters, got nobody on. He walks the next guy. Then a fly ball to the outfield is dropped. It gets to third base. Then he walks 2 more guys. 2 wild pitches later, he's down 2-0.
I mean, it's hard to believe you could have good enough control to throw a no-hitter, yet walk 2 straight guys that have 2 straight wild pitches.
Hard to believe.
That's hard to do.
He got shook a little bit because of the error.
Yeah.
But the kid across from him, kid from Westminster Christian, Austin McDonald, pitched a 2-hit shutout and only threw 80 pitches in 7 innings.
Wow. I mean, that game lasted, what, 44 minutes?
We burned through that one.
Pretty much, and you're talking about a little over 10 pitches per inning, and he only struck out 6 guys.
Man, that's tough.
So
tough loss
making
there.
the most of it.
Yeah.
Now look, here I've got an extra thing for trash, but I got to ask Lance about dog etiquette for this trash.
Okay.
You can add this to trash. Okay, so in a high school soccer game on Saturday, the head official was being heckled a little bit during the game and feeling some stress. No one thought anything about it until at the start of the second half, the head official came out onto the field with 2 emotional support dogs. Everyone looked at the official and thought, something's up here. Someone that is in charge of this game needs support dogs. Well, instead of walking the dogs around the field to the other side, they walked the dogs across the middle of the field. And wouldn't you know it, at midfield, what do you think the dog did?
He took a shit.
Use the rest? Yeah.
Absolutely. And what did the head official have to clean it up?
Nothing.
Nothing except a plastic bag.
A cleat.
And so they had to scoop it up. I kid you not. This happened in a high school game. They had to scoop it up just with the plastic bag, and I tried to check to see what the protocol is for support animals on the playing field. There's nothing, and I guess there is nothing because maybe it's never happened before. But I would be willing to bet that something will be put in place. Now, you can't complain because if you complain, you're probably going to get accused of discrimination of some kind. But what do you do?
Yeah, I
And
mean,
what do you do
if there are no rules, you're saying like if I'm a lacrosse player, a player in high school, and I'm emotionally stressed, can I take my dog out there and play the game with me?
Well, can you imagine if an SEC official for football, for baseball, for, say, soccer, anything that's outdoors, had come out onto the field with their support dog? How do you think that would go over, and what people might think about their ability to be emotionally strong enough to be an authority in that game?
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you, JD.
So there are emotional support and service dogs for a lot of different things. I mean, they range from, PTSD to, all forms of anxiety to people that have seizures. So I don't know how you would monitor that as far as it going to the bathroom and him having a bag. That's the only thing you can clean it up with.
I
you got to have the plastic bag.
Honestly, it sounded like JD was reading that. I thought he was setting up an awful punchline. So that was a legit story he was telling us. I've never heard of that happening. To Lance's point, my wife is type 1 diabetic. There are a lot of people that are type 1 diabetic that have a service dog that can sense when their blood sugar's low.
Right.
I've heard stories of it saving people's lives. It's incredible that dogs can do that.
I could see it one day coming in the SEC where the head official has a support dog, and the phone calls would be like, Paul, he had a dog out there with him, and damn it, he made better calls after the dog came on the field.
Was that when that fumble, that scrum? You just see the dog in there hunching trying to get the ball.
You talking about
no, sit down. Sit down.
Just
get off me.
Whoa. Hey, get the ball and running away with it.
When I was leaving to come meet you guys yesterday to head out to Barbers, I live in a community now, and there's a little natural area out in front of me. So I'm leaving out my front door, and as soon as I walk out my front door and shut it, I'm 3 steps to the sidewalk, and on the second step, there's a man walking his dog, and it's an aggressive dog, and he's got it on a leash. Got to have it on a leash, and it starts showing me its teeth, and it's up on its hind legs, and he's having to hold the dog back. Marty, maybe it wasn't Marty. I don't know. Maybe I watched too much Ozark, but it was like I think it was Marty. Marty, no. What did you learn, Marty? No.
Did you have your fedora on?
No, but I was like, I've got to go that way. And he's like on the sidewalk, and I'm like, all that green area. I've got to go that way. Marty, no, what have you learned, Marty? I'm thinking to myself, he's not learned anything.
Yeah. I've learned this guy looks tasty.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Did he learn he likes bloody meat?
So do you think if he let Marty go, he attacks you?
Yeah, I mean, he's having to hold both hands, and it's a tug of war.
What kind of dog?
Chihuahua.
It looked like a cross between a German Shepherd and a pit bull.
Okay.
Ooh.
Yeah, like this had a little. It was gonna attack me.
It had some edge to it.
Well, you saw what I was dressed. yesterday.
German Shepherd pit bull.
It did, but it was. It was
Mr.
both hands
Worldwide.
on the short part of the leash, like down around the hook, like he was having to hold that dog back, and it kept going up on hind legs.
So Isabel was a pleasant sight when you pulled into that.
I love your dogs. All they're going to do is jump on me and knock me to the turf. Appreciate the phone call there from JD. And you can jump on the hotline for the final hour as well, 205-734-0923. Jordan Addison, Pitt to USC. We'll update you on that coming up. Eli Ricks, what happened to him that has everyone talking. And we've discussed a lot about the NBA playoffs. 2 more games tonight, 76ers and the Heat, Mavericks and Sun, both game ones after a big win by the Warriors and the Bucks yesterday. All right, part of our show this hour being brought to you by LT's Ride from Exclusive Auto Wholesale, right on Highway 31 in Pelham, the Pelham Parkway.
Yeah, my friend Drew Shields put me in that 2016 Porsche Panamera. Absolutely love it.
It's a head turner, man. It's a good-looking car.
41,000 miles on it, 2016. It's a really cool gray with the white interior. You can buy it right now. They've got that with other great deals. A lot of dealerships had a conversation with a guy yesterday when we were out at Barber's, and a guy in the car business. He said, we can't get anything new in right now. Well, that's not a problem at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. They are obsessed with making sure every client feels like a lifelong friend. The experience is second to none. And Exclusive Auto Wholesale, they make it easy on the customer. At Exclusive Auto Wholesale, no more waiting around 3 to 5 hours to purchase a car. Drew and his team know that everyone's time matters. They work efficiently to make sure every single customer 100% satisfied. To view EAW's inventory and great 5-star reviews, go to EAWcars.net. You can also stop by, see that incredible showroom located 2630 Pelham Parkway. Anything you want, these guys can find. Stop in, see them, tell them the Next Round sent you.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
As Alabama's leading jeweler since 1836, you can trust Bromberg's when they say there is no better Mother's Day or graduation gift than diamonds. This week only, May 2nd through 7th, shop Bromberg's incredible savings on the best and most beautiful diamonds in town. Dream big with Bromberg's Big Diamond Sale. Diamond rings, earrings, necklaces, mountings, and other diamond jewelry on sale at prices from 5 to 50% off at Bromberg's Big Diamond Sale, May 2nd through 7th in Mountain Brook and the Summit. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. If your home is dated or if you have a property in need of repair and just want to get it sold without fixing it up, you need Holly Mack Wilson. This is a niche market, and Holly excels in moving as-is real estate. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. Holly Mack Wilson, an as-is Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of the show right here. Michael Lombardi earlier on the draft. Montana Fouts talking about sweet tea and an off-day weekend from Alabama softball. All that's podcasted at nextroundlive.com, nextroundlive.com. The Stallions win this past weekend, 22-13 over New Orleans. They're the last unbeaten team after 3 weeks in the USFL. They battle first place again with Tampa Bay this Saturday night down at Protective Stadium. 3-0 Birmingham, 2-1 Tampa Bay. Jordan Tiamu coming off a 255 passing yard game for the Bandits in their win. So another big game for the Stallions. Saturday night, 6 o'clock Protective Stadium if you want to go pack Protective for that contest. Legion FC back at home Wednesday night as well at Protective Stadium, bhmlegion.com for tickets to that. And just a ton of great sports going on here after a great weekend at Barbers. Thank you to the Bruno event team, our friends at America's First Federal Credit Union who put on that event. What a wonderful event. We enjoyed being out in the Amherst Suite yesterday. Just great hospitality from Phil and the gang out there, and just a beautiful facility. The weather was perfect, and that scene out there was just picturesque, wasn't it?
It was awesome. And that's one of those events that it's a hidden gem still, but I guess everybody's found out about it. It was sold out Saturday and Sunday.
It's true. Not hidden anymore. It's never too early to start planning for the Honda Indy Grand Prix for 2023 to make sure you get your tickets. All right, let's do the rest of your headlines here, brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision.
Hey, to find out if LASIK is right for you, call our friends Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. You can also visit michelsonlaservision.com. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. I went in, I had the 20/200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. Now I have 20/15 vision, better than 20/20. Make the call that I made, 969-8100, or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
A couple of big pickups in basketball. Jonai Broom is a huge one for Auburn. Averaged 17 and 11 at Moorhead last year. Big size inside, 6'10", 235. Picks Auburn over Kentucky and others, so a big get for Bruce and Stephen Pearl down there for the Tigers. Efton Reed, who left LSU, a 5-star guy, going to Gonzaga, the only LSU Tiger to start 34 games last year. In college football, Jordan Addison is leaving Pitt for USC, it looks like, waiting to see a finalization on the Biletnikoff Award winner, leaving Pitt to go join a friend of his, Caleb Williams, out in Los Angeles. Meanwhile, Jerry Bohannon, who left Baylor, was the starter last year, 12-2, but lost the starting job in spring camp, is visiting Missouri today. We'll see if he ends up with Eli Drinkwitz there. Speaking of Eli Ricks of Alabama, the transfer from LSU, new to the Alabama program, arrested Sunday, according to reports, for speeding
no insurance, and possession of marijuana over in the state of Mississippi. That story is still developing. Brent Venables trying to get Oklahoma to stay where they are in the pecking order as a contender for the college football playoff and the Big 12 championship every year. Here's Venables on the progress he made this spring with Boomer Sooner.
And I'm not thinking like, oh, let's have a great team this year. That's the least of my concerns. I'm focused on building the program the right way. And if we let the toothpaste out of the tube, we can't get it back in. So we can't miss. There's one time to do it the first time. Okay, do it right the first time. We get one chance as a staff. And we've made plenty of mistakes probably along the way. But I know the needle is continuing to move in the right direction. And some of it is definitely not apparent to the naked eye, if you will, but it is for us that are here in the weeds every day.
Brent Venables, the Big 12, you just saw the NFL draft, so few Big 12 players drafted, but they've lost a lot to the portal. What's your expectations of Brent Venables as he tries to move the needle there in the weeds, but immediately for the first year? Because first-year coaches, there are going to be some people that make knee-jerk reactions about a long-time assistant right out of the gate.
Yeah, the good news is the Big 12's wide open. You saw Baylor and Oklahoma State play for the championship last year. Texas still in year 2 under Sark. You've got a quality veteran quarterback in Dylan Gabriel coming in. Oklahoma, again, Vegas, we saw it last week. They're favored to win the Big 12 here. Venables, by all accounts, really good coach. We don't know how good of a head coach he will be. I think it comes down to recruiting, though.
Yeah, it's everything is about recruiting. I just don't know about Venables. This is really one of those I can't get a feel on. I feel like, and I'm not always right by any stretch of the imagination. Josh Heupel might be a perfect example of that.
But Tom Herman is one you got right.
Yeah, I did. I got to tell you got Rich Rodriguez right at Michigan. I think,
it wasn't Rich Rod's fault.
Yeah, it wasn't Rich Rod's fault. It just was a poor fit. But I feel like most of the time I look at these lands and I think it's either going to be a great success or a massive failure. And Venables, I just don't know. I don't know which way I feel on him.
I would have felt better about Venables to Kansas State. Everybody always talked about him going there. I don't know why. It's a much more difficult job.
Much better job.
But, I say that, with Venables going 8-4 at Kansas State, I just don't know if Venables is going to be able to do what Stoops and Lincoln Riley did.
Like Eli Drinkwitz.
I would imagine you think that because he's good at driving on the interstate, he's not good at driving on the Autobahn. You trust him to drive I-65 in a normal sedan. You don't trust him to drive the fastest speeds in the world on the Autobahn.
You really never can tell. And it's interesting as a defensive guy, but we just saw a defensive guy win the national championship and another defensive guy played for the national championship in Nick Saban. But it just seems like, Bob Stoops was a defensive guy. But Lincoln Riley just seemed like such a good fit there.
Like some of them are easy.
I know he didn't win anything.
Some are easy. When USC hires Clay Helton, as nice a guy as Clay Helton is, you're like, this job's way too big for him.
That's right.
Those are easy. Like I like Venables, I just don't know. I really do not. I have no earthly idea what to expect. Part of me feels like Oklahoma is built to the point now where, a 9-win season should be, I hate to say easy. A coach would laugh at me saying that, but it's easier to win 9 there than almost anywhere else in America.
Dan Mullen to Florida. Dan Mullen did such a good job at Mississippi State. Dunaway, you didn't necessarily think that was going to work. Me and Brown both did. And for a minute, it looked like it was going to work. Then completely came off the rails.
There again, I would say the same about Florida. It's a program where 8 or 9 wins, you ought to be able to roll the helmet out there and get that. And Dan Mullen couldn't do that consistently.
Yeah. I joked with a Florida guy yesterday who's happy about Billy Napier. I patted him on the back and said, thank you for getting him ready to take over for Nick Saban when he leaves. He didn't like that at all.
He did not, really?
All right, that's our headlines right there. Before LT does 4 downs, we have a developing story from the National Football League being brought to you by our friends at the University of Montevallo. Montevallo, a great place for your son or daughter to call home for school, 4 or 5 years, however long they're in school. Montevallo, great place to get an education when it comes to like being a teacher, or maybe you want to go into broadcasting, the theater department. Great business school, great athletics as well. 21 Division II scholarship sports, new buildings going up all the time, multi-million-dollar theater department. Worth checking out some great plays and musicals down there. Also, a great new business department down there. You can find out more, schedule an in-person tour why your son or daughter belongs at Montevallo, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. This is a story we saw developing, and it is now
coming true. Sources saying that the Saints and Tyrann Mathieu, the Honey Badger, have agreed to a contract. The safety is going back to Louisiana to play for the New Orleans Saints. He's a multi-time All-Pro safety, and he's going to go to New Orleans now.
It seems like a good pickup to get him back home for the Saints. Listen, Tyrann Mathieu is one of my favorite stories.
How old is he?
He was on the 2011 LSU team. I would say Tyrann Mathieu is 30.
He's 30 on the nose, just turned 30.
One of my favorite stories in the NFL, and people hated him here in this state, Alabama and Auburn fans, when he played at LSU, because that was a team that had a lot of confidence and swagger, and he seemed to be the poster child of that. But he was one of those guys that was considered a massive character risk, and everything about him pointed at this being a really bad draft pick by Arizona to give him a chance in the NFL. And he has made the most of what I think everybody would have to say is a second chance for him.
Boy, he is just a fun player to watch.
He is. And Lance, I mean, everything about him said he should not have been drafted. It was a huge gamble. This guy's going to be a bust. He's going to ruin it for you. But he somehow fixed it and said, I'm going to make the most of this.
You know, he met with the Rams about 3 weeks ago, and I was excited, as a Rams fan, that there was a possibility that Tyrann would actually sign with L.A. This works out perfectly for the Saints. They lose both their safeties in the offseason. You mentioned the guy's only 30 years old. He's got a ton of football under his belt, 13 picks over the last 5 years. I mean, he's a ball hawk, big hitter. He's one of those electric guys that everybody on the team loves.
Malcolm Jenkins retired. Marcus Williams signed with the Ravens, so replacing both those safeties with now the Honey Badger and the Jets safety Marcus May. That's how the Saints are going to replace him on the backside there. Still looking different without Sean Payton and without Drew Brees, but we'll see what the Saints are able to do. Time now for us to do our four downs today. It is brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire. Bumper to bumper, it is Vulcan Tire.
Yeah, anything you need for you and your family, take it into Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
More starts in 2022. Kenny Pickett with the Steelers or Desmond Ridder with the Falcons?
Kenny Pickett with the Steelers.
I'm going to go Kenny Pickett with the Steelers, too. I mean, he's a first-round draft pick. Both those quarterback situations are temporary at best. But we mentioned this. The Steelers are the kind of team that even running out a temporary quarterback seems like, they're going to be 2-2 after 4 games, 3-3 after 6, 4-4 after 8, never really out of the playoff hunt. You could see the Falcons be sitting there 0-5 and say, okay, let's turn the page and see what Ridder can do.
Arthur Smith's got familiarity with Mariota back from the Tennessee days, but if this thing doesn't start to work out, if you really want your lifeline, if you're Arthur Smith and you believe that Ridder can come in and show some flashes, once you get behind the 8 ball and you're kind of out of the postseason, bring Ridder in. If he does show some promise, maybe that keeps Arthur Smith around for a year.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go Kenny Pickett. I think Pickett might start from day one.
Yeah, I mean, Mike Tomlin was asked about it. He did not close the door on him starting day one. And
that happens more and more every year. More.
Second down.
More surprising start to the baseball season. The Angels sitting at 15-8 or the Reds at 3-19?
The fact that the Yankees have won 9 straight is pretty darn impressive. But I'm going to go Angels. I mean, best player in Trout, best utility player of my lifetime in Ohtani. But they just never seem to do anything relevant. But here they are off to a really good start. And I mean, you could see Angels, Dodgers in a World Series without having to strain too much.
I mean, the Angels do have some superstars, and it was going to happen sooner than later. I would go the Reds here. I mean, to start 3-19, and you're 11.5 games back already before you hit May.
But you dumped a couple of players before the season started, and now they're about to start selling everything.
I think you're on pace for the worst season in Major League history.
You got 3 wins in 22 games. I mean, it's like you're trying to lose. I mean, I don't see how it's even possible to only win 3 games out of 22.
Third down.
David Beckham, 47 today. If I asked you better career, Beckham or Urban Meyer?
I mean,
one wasn't allowed to use his hands by rule.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Beckham played soccer for those scoring
because they can't use their hands.
Land it, Jimmy. Land it.
I think Beckham had a little bit more luck off the field.
No, I don't.
A little bit.
A little bit,
there's
I would
any
say.
doubt.
Did he and Posh Spice stay married for? They're still married.
They're still
aren't they?
together. His son just got married.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
No, it was love, Brown. They're still married.
Okay, good.
I mean, when it comes to financials and business, I mean, Urban's made a lot, but Beckham owns a lot. I mean, he's pulled in.
Yeah.
I can't even imagine his net worth with all his
probably doubles.
endorsements and what he was making just in salary alone in the Premier League.
Rockstar, I don't follow the beautiful game. Success-wise, Beckham, has he won a lot?
Remember, he played for Manchester U. I don't know. I just know that he was the first. Remember, he was that huge. Can't remember. Was it 100 million when he went to the Galaxy for the first?
Yeah, I do remember that now.
That
But
lasted
that's-
3 years.
Yeah, money is going to be a blowout. I mean, Beckham has made
at least double.
Oh yeah.
No,
If not
at least double, maybe
not
triple.
well beyond that.
Urban's coming back. He's going to be on the big noon kickoff on Fox College Football, something we told you about a couple of weeks ago. Urban's won a lot of championships, though.
I mean, he's probably top 10. We talked about this last week. Top 10 all time.
I'm going to go David Beckham, though, because I think he was the one soccer player everyone in the world could name for a brief moment.
And he's got a soccer player's body, right?
Yeah, a soccer body is greater than a workout body.
Urban does not have.
He had to bend it like Beckham too. The movie.
Oh, that's right, a movie. Yeah, I think it's got to be Beckham. I'm just trying to see what. Go ahead.
Fourth down.
I'm trying to see what he's actually won, though. I don't know what he's actually won as a player.
Not a World Cup.
I know. That's what I'm saying. And Urban has obviously won a lot of things.
He won life, Brown.
He
the
did
game
win
of
life. Yes, the game of life.
His little car had all those little pegs in it and all the stacks of money when he spun that wheel.
That's right.
Okay, The Rock is 50 today. Happy birthday to The Rock. If I asked you better career, Drew Brees or The Rock?
Well, I mean, The Rock.
Okay, Peyton Manning or The Rock?
Ooh, that's tougher.
I mean, arguably, right now, if you said name me I'm not talking critically acclaimed,
The biggest,
but the biggest male star in America right now.
biggest blockbuster name is The Rock.
Yeah,
or Tom
I
Cruise.
don't disagree. I mean,
Yeah,
he's
but
one of the
I
most
mean,
powerful men in Hollywood.
Peyton Manning's one of the ultimate crossovers. I mean, the guy he's not really acted, but he is such a recognizable face.
And this is not a joke. There are people who often go to The Rock and want him to run for office.
Yeah.
No, I think The Rock is a bigger crossover success, though. Not even close.
From athletics to acting versus but what you have to remember.
The Rock introduced the kickoff at the Super Bowl.
Did,
man.
That's what I was about to say. Yeah, you had The Rock down on the field.
That got me pumped. Like I wasn't really interested in the game until I saw him.
His shirt was too big, though.
Yeah.
When his pants were Sansa belts. But how big is
Sean McVay cooking?
How big is
God? It sounds just like him.
Why did you say it that
Do
way?
the people's eyebrow.
Where did Sean? You sounded like you were trying to do who's Chris Myers, the announcer. I'm Chris Myers.
I don't know why I did that way.
What is Sean McVay cooking? It's like he's doing a bad Sean Connery. Do your Sean Connery imitation.
What are the Russians doing in our islands?
Your imitations. There was one you nailed.
You had a point you were about to make, Brown.
I don't remember. Oh, I was the gap between Manning's athletic career though and The Rock's. The Rock's is hard because he's in a staged event. Like they write the scripts to make him good. Peyton Manning didn't have that luxury.
But The Rock also played in the NFL for a minute.
Yeah, we're not.
Oh, you don't think Peyton's ever going to be in a movie, or hadn't already?
No, he's already been in a movie, hasn't he?
I don't know.
I mean,
I'm sure
I
he's
wouldn't call him
walked into
an
an
actor.
Adam Sandler set somewhere. He's been in Grown Ups. I'm
But
sure.
you see my point, right? The gap athletically is massive between the two.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, The Rock, they scripted him to be successful.
But I think the gap, entertainment-wise,
It's
is even
also
bigger.
massive. Yeah, but you would say it's bigger. Yeah, and you're probably right.
I would go The Rock.
That is 4 Downs today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment tires, and more. Locally owned and operated. Great guys. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
All right, when we come back, maybe a surprising guy, if you haven't read the story, who got interviewed for the Miami Dolphins job, has an Alabama football tie, and just got a new contract. We'll talk about that. And a big addition to the Nebraska Cornhuskers, other than the show calls the coach got today. Got a little something that will show up on the defense. And more college football movement and the NFL post-draft. All that still to come right here on the show that's being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's Mother's Day this weekend.
Hey, and how about this, Dunaway? As Alabama's leading jeweler since 1836,
There is no better Mother's Day / graduation gift than diamonds. And right now, it is the big diamond sale in May. This week only, May 2nd through the 7th. Shop our incredible savings on the best and most beautiful diamonds in town. They've got a multi-million-dollar inventory on hand of gorgeous loose diamonds and fabulous diamond jewelry at the best prices of the year, along with a vast collection of loose diamonds. They've got selected diamond rings, earrings, necklaces, mountings, and other diamond jewelry be on sale at prices from 5 to 50% off. Get into one of those 2 locations today, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also shop online, Brombergs.com.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
USFL football fans, Saturday is college night. Let's go! Wear your school colors to Protective Stadium and get a free USFL koozie while supplies last. Let's go, Stars! Tickets are just $10 and kids are always free. It's an action-packed football doubleheader with Tampa Bay versus Houston at 3. Then New Orleans takes on Birmingham's own Stallions at 7. Let's go! Buy the hottest ticket in town today at theusfl.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Major League Baseball, the NBA, when the time is right, we may do a little Canadian football too. There's always some action for you at lanceslog.com, where we have my top picks for you in every league every single day. All it takes, $3 a day. $90 monthly subscriptions get you everything. No confusing packages or any shadiness. It's all simple and 100% transparent. Try it out and win with me. Go to lanceslog.com. There's a free play every single day. Again, online, all your winners every day. Go to lanceslog.com.
This Mother's Day, treat mom to the gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa at the Summit Shopping Centers right off of Highway 280. Choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, and nail services. The Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. Order mom her special gift online at birmingham.woodhousespas.com or just stop by the Summit location right off of Highway 280. The The Woodhouse Day Spa. Experience the difference.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Back with you on the show. We'll tell you about that Dolphin interview coming up after Rockstar tells us about his guy 117 days away from the college football season. Before Rockstar tells us about his guy, Forrester, how quickly can you get, for the viewing audience, Rockstar doing a pit stop on a little cord, changing into that onesie right here? Can you give me a little video of that real quick before Rockstar gets into his guy here? Look at this. Rockstar, not the look of confidence when you looked at the camera there. Nancy,
it was authentic.
Is Nancy filming?
She's the camera woman.
Yep.
He was not
Cord,
happy.
Is Cord crying?
The entire time.
He doesn't cry much, though, right?
A lot. He likes to save it. He saves up his energy till about 12 a.m., and it's the crying coughing.
How's it go?
But if you've been where he was for so long, you probably would be crying too.
Yeah, if I pulled you through a hole about a third your size, you wouldn't like it either.
And then after that, he gives the...
Oh, so he sounds like Uncle Lance.
Yeah.
All right, part of the show being brought to you by your guy.
It's Adam Mestre at MD Realty. Adam is a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for your forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Mike Loxley interviewed for the Dolphins job.
You want my opinion on this?
Yeah. I mean, we do an opinion show for 4 hours a day. I'd love for you to jump in.
Are you going to be condescending about it?
We
are. That's right.
Is anything going to change in 13 years? No.
You've met me.
Yes.
So I think the Tagovailoa family obviously has a pretty big connection with Mike Loxley.
Oh, absolutely.
Number one, Tua played for him at Alabama. Number two, Talia played for him at Maryland.
That's
so
right.
I do think the Tagovailoa family and the Loxley family are tight.
You want the best out of Tua? Get the guy who called plays for Tua in college.
And I don't even think that's it. I just think this is probably the Tagovailoa family, Tua specifically, going to Stephen Ross and Chris Greer, the Dolphins owner and the Dolphins GM, and saying, look, I know my guy is not getting this job. But it would help him because I don't know if you noticed what happened to Mike Loxley last week. Do you notice what happened to Mike Loxley last week?
5-year deal.
Right.
With Maryland through 2026.
I know my guy is not getting this job. But for me, for your hopefully franchise quarterback, would you do me a solid and just interview him? I know he's not getting it, but just interview him. It'll help him get the job at Maryland. And, hey, maybe you like him and hire him. If so, great. I'd love to play for Mike Loxley. Love Lox. But would you just interview
This
him?
doesn't sound like the Tagovailoas, like being vocal about anything, interfering, Little League Dad, any of that stuff.
Not at all.
Never heard that, right?
First winning season since 2014 at Maryland. First bowl game since 2010. They've got a new 5-year deal with an incentive in there that could take it through 27 and 28 if he hits a couple of things to extend that contract out. So good for Mike Loxley.
Because I read what has Loxley done to earn that contract? You would describe his time at Maryland as what?
I just said it. The first winning season since 2014.
I would still say erratic.
It's a winning season. It's a winning season.
Yeah. Obviously they don't grow into trees at Maryland. It's the first since 2014. Look at your super watch there. What year is it?
Well, it does have the year on there. It's 2022, Jim. But I don't think one winning season is going to get you that. Maybe I am wrong. I think it probably takes wait a minute, you're being interviewed for the job? Okay, all right, yeah, we get it. I mean, I think it was done to create leverage, honestly.
Well, you got a lot of time on your hands if your watch has got the year on it.
I mean,
I don't know. I mean, Tuesday, Wednesday, you get 22, 23.
Mine's an Apple Watch. I can tell you what the weather is right now in Cabo.
Sure you can.
It's 88 and sunny, by the way, if you're
I was
wondering.
there. 13 and 23, 7 and 22. I know.
That gets most people fired.
It really does, Jim. I know we had a winning season and they went to the Pinstripe Bowl. 13 and 23, 7 and 22. I don't give a guy a contract extension there. I think, obviously, he interviewed for the Dolphins. He used that as leverage to get a better deal at Maryland. And this is, I think, what happened with the Tagovailoa family doing him a solid.
No, you guys give a contract to the guy who wins 7 games, and then wins a bunch of games at a place that never wins games. You give him a great job, let him drive a sports car, and then he drives it off the road at Gainesville. That's what you guys do. You don't reward a guy who takes a crappy job in a tough division and is crappy, and now a little light at the end of the tunnel. You don't give that guy a
I don't know if you
contract
remember,
extension.
Florida was not in a great situation when Mullen took it over.
And Mullen
it's
had
in a
them,
worse situation now when Mullen leaves.
And Mullen had Mississippi State #1 in the nation. You can cut a finger
Please,
off.
you can't
can cut
tell me
a
Mike
finger off.
Loxley's a better coach
when
than
Mike,
Dan Mullen.
When Mike
Mike
Loxley gets
still drawing a paycheck.
Hey, when he gets Maryland
Mullen.
#1 in the nation, I'll slap this hand right here and you can cut a finger off, okay? When Maryland is #1 in the nation under Mike Loxley, come back to me.
And then they played their games in November after that.
Okay, well, Mike Loxley, you think he's ever going to get Maryland #1? Maryland and Mississippi State are comparable jobs.
You think Maryland and Mississippi State are the same
Absolutely.
job?
In their position.
As far as the pecking order in the conference.
In the pecking order in their conference, no doubt. In their division.
Maryland is, other than Rutgers, thank God for Rutgers, would be dead last in that division and maybe in
Maryland
that conference.
has had a lot more success
in the ACC
historically
in the ACC
than Mississippi State.
Let me ask you this. 9-team ACC before Virginia Tech, before Miami, before Florida State, all that.
But still,
in the
I'm
ACC.
just talking about historically, the programs had more success. If one of the guys had to coach for your life one game,
Dan Mullen, thank you.
You take Loxley over Mullen?
And you're incorrect about this.
Do I have to recruit? Because if I have to recruit, I'm not taking Dan Mullen. If I have to recruit a captain for a ship, I'm not recruiting Dan Mullen. If I have to recruit a pilot to get on the plane to fly us anywhere, I'm not getting Dan Mullen because he doesn't care about recruiting. I'd get Mike Loxley.
Our landing.
There's a good chance that Loxley will pay somebody to fly our plane.
No, Loxley's a much better recruiter. Yeah. Mullen's a much better coach. And you're incorrect about this. Rutgers and Indiana are in that division. Both of those historically are much worse programs than Maryland. Much worse.
Look at what Maryland has done in the Big Ten. And look what they did in the ACC when you started putting football schools in there. Maryland did nothing.
What has Mississippi State ever done? I mean, they're in the same position in their divisions.
Mississippi State won division. They played in Atlanta.
Historically, who's the worst?
One time.
Dunaway, historically, who's the worst team in the West Division? Historically.
In the West Division.
In the West Division, historically, who's the worst team?
1992.
No. Historically, in college football, take all their history. Who is the worst team in the Western Division? It's easy, Jim. Mississippi State's the answer. Give me one that's worse. You don't have to think about this.
It is Mississippi State.
Yes, 100% it is. 100% it is.
But they have had better high points.
Okay, I don't disagree with that.
Than Maryland has.
Don't disagree with that.
I don't know. I mean,
Dan Mullen was responsible for one of them.
Ralph Friedgen, 2001, 10-2.
Yeah.
2002, 11-3. 2003, 10-3.
Yeah. And Dan Mullen had them #1 in the country. Yeah, they've had more high points. Dan Mullen was one of them, #1 in the country.
Yeah, no, you're right. Ralph and Dan are
They're your outliers.
They're identical.
They're your outliers is what they are. Both those are bad programs.
Now, Bobby Ross.
What year was Bobby Ross? That was back in the ACC?
Yeah, it was ACC.
Yeah, pre-Miami, pre-Florida State.
Those all 8-9 wins.
Yeah, that was back before the football schools came to the ACC. That was back when you had to beat North Carolina or Georgia Tech. Who else was in there?
Jerry Claiborne. I mean, the history from this program
you keep
is
going back, you're going to go to Bear Bryant.
Yeah, but I'm just saying.
They had the goat.
Eventually, you're going to get to the dinosaurs.
They had a brontosaurus.
unless you're in Genesis.
Bears' year was pretty good. I mean, Loxley will never have a year like that. 6-2-1.
I did not set out to argue that Maryland is a good football program. Not at all.
I didn't either. I'm just saying I agree with you. I think it's right there with Mississippi State. As far as
their
pecking order.
The pecking order in their division. Actually, Maryland might be a touch better because of Rutgers and Indiana. That was my only point there.
All right, so Loxley has an extension there to keep not doing a good job, according to these guys. Got him to a bowl game last year. O'Shawn Mathis, all Big 12 at TCU, leaves the Big 12, goes to the Big 10. He goes to Nebraska. Why is he leaving TCU? to go to Nebraska.
I guess coaching change. Dykes comes in. Maybe he doesn't like the style and wants to take off. I don't know why you would go to Nebraska right now.
Yeah, it feels like a bad spot to go, doesn't it?
It really does. Coming off a 3-win season. I mean, again, TCU, if everything hits right, they could be right there in the mix to win a Big 12.
So who won the NFL draft? We'll talk about that right after LT tells us about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, gives us our medical minute for this Monday. And then you tell me who won the draft, who was the big winner, the A-plus teams, if you will, after a weekend of watching the draft out in Las Vegas. And by the way, I don't know about you, Brownie, I thought the folks in Vegas did a tremendous job hosting this thing. It was great atmosphere for all 3 days, and you had a big turnout. I thought it was a great scene.
Huge. I mean, I still say Nashville. Maybe it's because they were the first one to do it.
Hard to beat.
It's going to be hard to beat. But I thought Vegas came awful close. If they didn't beat them, they came close to tying them. That was a great turnout in Las Vegas.
And we talked about it the other day on our specialty show for the draft. We were talking about where the draft's going to go, and then Rockstar says it won't be in Detroit. And we had to look ahead, but 2024, it's going to Detroit.
It won't include Detroit.
All right. Our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, they bring you the Medical Minute every Monday here on the show. And always, our friends at the Urology Centers can get you hooked up.
Yeah, Dunaway, I don't have the Medical Minute for May yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's coming soon, May 2nd.
Yeah, I will. April was Testicular Cancer Month, but I do not have May yet.
We'll circle back to that with our friends at the Urology Center. I wanted to ask you about the draft. Who, if you will, got a good doctor's diagnosis from this NFL draft?
I thought just looking at what the Jets did, it's the Jets, so take that with however you want. I still don't know if Zach Wilson's going to work out and be a franchise quarterback.
But you liked what they did.
But yeah, I mean, Sauce Gardner was my favorite player in the draft. You get him. Then Garrett Wilson, again, I think we've got a lot of elite receivers. Michael Lombardi disagrees with that, thinks one of these guys is going to work out. Jermaine Johnson's a guy a lot of people believe would go in the top 10. They get him with the 26th overall pick. They get by far the best running back in the draft in Breece Hall. And so I think 4 picks right there, your first 4 could all be 4 immediate starters.
There are many people that say Rockstar's Detroit Lions had an A. I've seen a lot of people describe them, Dunaway, as the winner of this draft.
Well, it depends on Aiden Hutchinson. How good do you think he's going to be?
I mean, that's true of all these teams.
Jamison Williams, when he comes back from the injury, how much better will he be?
But Josh Paschal at 46 feels like a steal to me. I mean, I thought Paschal was a much better player than that at Kentucky. But
me too.
Here's the mistake I think a lot of us make. I grade these drafts, Jim, from the top down, right? So when I look at Detroit, I say Aiden Hutchinson, Jamison Williams, Josh Paschal.
Yeah. Then I get bored towards the end.
Then I get bored. I don't care. The people that are smart grade these drafts from the bottom up, or grade these drafts from the bottom up. In other words, they got a guy in the 4th round that I had a 3rd round grade on. That's a value.
Well, I've got from NFL.com grading the draft the Lions as a B+, much to what you're pointing out. A- grade day 1, B+ grade day 2, B+ grade day 3. So a good day, even as they got deep into the draft, they still kept a pretty solid grade there.
Yeah, of course, I noticed I read that same article you read. They gave the Dolphins a B on day 1. I'm like, the Dolphins didn't even have a day 1 draft because of Tyreek Hill. I call that an A.
Yeah.
I mean, Tyreek Hill was my day 1 draft pick, okay?
Yeah, but Green Bay, for instance, who went defense, they give an A overall. A-. A grades every day for the Green Bay Packers. And some people are like, hey, did we really address our need? And then people say, yes, they got a steal in Christian Watson as the 2nd round wide receiver, not wasting on the 1st round. If you're with us earlier, Michael Lombardi sort of echoed the same thing. You can find value in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th rounds when it comes to receivers.
Well, just look at the history of the Green Bay Packers and guys that they've been able to find outside of the 1st round. Jordy Nelson was one of those guys. Randall Cobb was one of those guys. Devontae Adams was one of those guys. So they've got a really good track record of being able to find a wide receiver outside of the 1st round. And Aaron Rodgers has got to be excited about the fact that they went out and got a potential big-time player.
I'm not going to pretend like I watched a lot of Christian Watson. I did not watch a lot of North Dakota State. But his draft film, the kid, I mean, he looks like a terrific receiver. He's got the size. He's got the speed. Lance informed you and I, their concern is about drops, which I'm sure Aaron Rodgers will take in stride, right, when he drops a few key passes. But, I mean, the film on this guy makes him look terrific. But what you never know, Lance, is he's playing North Dakota State, It's not exactly playing against SEC talent, right? Does he look that good? I just wonder how difficult it is to evaluate these guys based on level of competition.
So real quick, Justin Ross didn't get drafted, did he?
He did not. He got signed today by – who signed him?
I don't know, but he's a free agent guy. Matt Hayes, friend of the show, writes on his first and 10 at Saturday Down South, if you don't believe in pay for play, look at Justin Ross.
Great example.
After his freshman year, would have been a first-round pick in the NFL draft. Then he goes undrafted because of injuries.
Chiefs signed him today.
He really would have been. I mean, that's a guy that after that game against Alabama, if you would have made him draft eligible, he's probably a top 10 guy.
Yeah.
Yep.
And here he is getting signed as an undrafted free agent by the Chiefs.
And will work to make a roster and get anywhere close to the kind of money he would have gotten for 1 year in his career now. And that's why you see so many people pushing for money for the athletes. Now, there's a lot of people saying we got to come up with some rules, though, that this wild, wild west we're doing, having people debate whether or not the Biletnikoff winner for the best receiver in the country can leave one school and go to another, and nobody complain about it. That's up for debate, whether you like it how it is or you want some more rules, but there is definitely going to be some payment for the players down the road, no matter what rules we come up with. And Justin Ross is an example of why people are pushing for that.
Yeah, if I'm in a court case and I'm having to argue that side, Justin Ross is my first witness on the stand. There's no doubt about it, because like Lance said, go from his national championship game to today, and you tell me. So right? I mean, it's pretty easy.
So if I was if I wanted to challenge the NFL Players Association rule now that I can't enter the draft at a certain age, would you use that as an argument?
I would, but
as
then
we made it all the way to the Supreme Court, would you say here is Justin Ross, everyone?
Yeah, but the argument on the other side would be it is their league and they collectively agree on these rules. I can't dictate that to them.
It's not going to change.
Yeah, I don't think that's ever going to change. I mean, when it's collectively bargained like that, that's their agreement.
Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. If you're looking for the best agreement when it comes to a mortgage, refinance that first home, maybe you've got that home ready to go buy right now, spring and summer, move to a better school district for the kids. Maybe you're just getting married. Mortgage Right has the perfect answer for all those scenarios.
We all need a little help sometimes, and our friends at Mortgage Right are ready to lend you a hand. Mortgage Right's down payment assistance program gives you the option to purchase a new home without coming out of pocket for a down payment. Their team of mortgage experts always ready to offer their time, tips, and tools to help you move in with confidence and no money down. Take advantage of this home buying benefit. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today.
Scott Forrester on Twitter @ScottForresterTV.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from the next round. The best ride I've ever had is the car I'm in right now, an Alfa Romeo Stelvio from our friends at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. In a world where we hear about supply chain all the time, that's not a problem at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. They have the largest selection in the Southeast, and people come from all over to work with Bo O'Neill and his team. Find out for yourself. Stop by the dealership just off I-459 Grants Mill Road exit or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the next round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
What makes Culver's Butterburger one of America's best-loved burgers? I could go on for hours, but all you really need to know is this. Our fresh, never-frozen beef is made from the highest quality cuts for richness and flavor. We press that beef into a very hot grill after you order, and that's how we get that nice caramelized edge. Then, we lightly butter and toast the bun for that extra bit of goodness.
That's what makes it a Culver's Butterburger. Let us craft one for you today. Welcome to Delicious.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Spring is finally here. Now's the time to hit those trails and sidewalks you've been missing in a fresh pair of perfectly fit New Balance running or walking shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store. Our trained fit specialists get as much information as possible before matching you with the perfect pair of New Balance shoes. We've also got all the apparel and other gear you need for spring, too. There's no better time to get outside than right now. So come over to the New Balance Birmingham store and get your custom-fit New Balance footwear and spring apparel today.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here for our friends at Way to Wellness. I've now been on the program for about 6 weeks, and in that time, I've now lost over 40 pounds. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals in the right way, and they're there to answer any questions and hold me accountable along with the entire Next Round crew. It's been much easier than I thought it would be, and it can be for you too. Just visit aplanforme.com to learn more about their program and then join us in our journey to healthy living. That's aplanforme.com to get started on your weight loss journey with Way to Wellness.
So Brown gave the final season of Ozark what, a C?
C plus for the final season. Final episode of C minus.
At least 6 times today in segment in commercial break, he has quoted great lines from the final season.
Funny lines, yeah. There's several funny lines in there. That doesn't make it an A, Jim.
Yeah.
You can get some answers right on your test. How many do you have to get right to make an A? 90% of them.
Part of our show today is being brought to you by LancesLock.com and our friends at Hemphill. 4-0. 4-0. Get those fours up there. 4-0 over the weekend. LancesLock.com. He'll give you a free play later on at The Lance Taylor on Twitter, at The Lance Taylor on Twitter. And then every day on the show, he gives you a free play as well. LancesLock.com is brought to you by Hemphill Services. Adam, Chad, and the entire team at Hemphill, they've been working for you since 1954. It's the name Birmingham's trusted for all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. They fix it right the first time, and they do it at a fair price. Call them up, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemphill. Brown has the breakout by state of NFL draft picks. Does Alabama do okay?
Very well. Texas had the most at 31.
These are kids that, by the way, were born in Texas, grew up in Texas, or played in Texas?
That is a great question. Texas had 31. I believe it's people that played high school football there. I believe their high school graduation was Texas.
How many did Alabama have?
By the way, 0 of those from the University of Texas.
That's right.
That is remarkable.
I did see that Texas had
drafted.
Not one player drafted.
I mean,
it seems like that's happened again, right? It's happened before.
It seems like recently it has. And we gave you the stat that the last first-round offensive player was Vince Young, was the last first-round offensive player
16 years ago
that they've ever had drafted, and they did not have a single player in this year's draft. Remarkable that their talent has slipped to that level. Georgia, number 2 with 28. Florida and California tie for 3rd with 22. Ohio, 5th with 13. And here's Alabama, 6th with 12. But
does it give any names? And that way we can tie it to high school or not?
It doesn't. But Any more questions you have about this?
Yeah, so far I'm over 2.
Yes, you are. But when you look at state populations, Texas, 29 million. Georgia, 10 million. Florida, 21 million. California, 39 million. Ohio, 11 million. Alabama, 5 million.
Yeah.
Our 5 million people state, number 6 in total draft picks. And that's pretty much every year. I see this stat every year.
Yeah, so per capita, Alabama could be number 1.
You'll have to do some quick math.
What was Texas?
Did you do some quick math on that already, Brown? That's my third question.
I did not answer that question. Texas, Lance, 31 million.
That's how X gets the square, my friend.
29 million people, 31 draft picks, so roughly 1 per million.
Yeah.
And Alabama is 1 per
400,000.
Yeah, 400,000. Alabama's going to do pretty well there.
Yeah.
Do Georgia for me real quick. 28 million or 28 draft picks, 10 million people.
One about 300,000.
Yeah, so Georgia's slightly better than Alabama per capita. I'm going to guess Alabama does well. There'll be some behind them that obviously do okay. Mississippi normally does. They didn't show up here. Louisiana, 10 million, or 10 draft picks. I think they've got like 5 or 6 million people now in Louisiana. Just, again, it just highlights the talent that this state churns out and why, with competent coaching, Alabama and Auburn should never be down extended period of time. Look at the talent this state turns out.
For a stake, I am willing right now to name 3 of the first 5 people taken in the 2023 draft.
Just give meat away.
3 of the first 5?
Yep. In no particular order. Just
So
3 of the first 5.
I'll give you 5 of the first 5.
You're going to name 3. All they got to do is be drafted to the top 5.
The top 5 next year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay.
You won't think through the break?
No.
All right, go.
I mean, I know it's 3.
Well, I mean, there's 2 that are obvious.
Give me C.J. Stroud.
Okay.
Bryce Young.
Okay.
Will Anderson.
All right. I think those are safe. I did see somebody, it was a guy from CBSSports.com, had his way too early 2023 mock draft and had Will Levis being drafted in front of Bryce Young.
Shut up.
Oh, whatever.
I swear to
That is
you.
not real.
I
That
swear.
is not real.
I will pull it up.
It
It's
is
from
not
CBS
real.
Ronnie
Sports.
Millsap did it.
Yeah. It's going to be JD's seeing eye dog referee from the soccer match. Come on. It's not real. You got it from the
It
Onion.
can't be real.
You got it from the Onion. Are you looking it up right now?
Yes. I'm
Okay.
looking it up
Do it
right
after
now.
the break. Quick break here. Part of the show being brought to you by our great friends at Bud Light. Bud Light Next. You'll see what's next in the beer cooler, what's next in your cooler. Whether you're at the lake, at the pool, or down at the golf, it's Bud Light Next. Zero carbs, 80 calories. 0 carbs, 80 calories. It's what's next. It's Bud Light Next.
Got that copy?
Yeah, I didn't want to bring it up. I did it by memory. I was really waiting on the graphic.
He loves that Vanna White thing. Loves it.
Well, it helps me because when it changes here in just a second, Forrester, come on, there you go. Bud Light Next, brewed for what's next.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery Fifth Hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway. Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in Gabe Day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
We've lived long enough for Robinson Cano to be designated for assignment. He's DFA'd for the Mets today. By the way, the Mets, I think I saw this on MLB Network earlier this morning on TV5 over here, they've won their opening 7 series for the first time in franchise history.
Pretty impressive. And again, doing it with DeGrom's not back yet. Once DeGrom comes back, if him and Scherzer can stay healthy, Mets should be in the mix.
Waynes brings us our final thought, which Brown will try to pull our leg on somebody telling us that Will Levis will go before Bryce Young. Surely there's no reputable person for a 3-letter or 4-letter network that would write that draft.
3 letters. It may feel like your yard is perfect, but it can always be a little bit better, right? Get that barefoot good summer lawn with our friends from Waynes. It's who we trust for all of our pest control, termite control, and our yard service. And right now you get the same exact agreement we've got with that EnviroLawn agreement, a 1-year agreement with the first month free when you use code TNR for the next round. And you can do that when you let Waynes create your happy place by calling 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1. Get the same EnviroLawn agreement we all have on the show. 1-year agreement, first month free with the code TNR when you call 866-WAYNES-1. CBSSports.com, our man Scott Forrester.
CBSSports.com?
Yep, Scott's got the graphic. Will Anderson, overall number 1, he goes to the Texans. Jalen Carter, Georgia defensive lineman, round pick 2 to the Jets. Rockstar, you get a quarterback, C.J. Stroud.
Take him. Let's go.
Pick 3 to the Lions. Keely Ringo, Georgia, pick 4 to the Jags, and he says Will Levis, Kentucky quarterback, pick 5 to the New York Football
Would
Giants.
somebody get Reed to step out of his office real quick?
I don't know who this Ryan Wilson cat is and what he's been watching.
Reed, will you show me your face just somewhere? I don't care if you're in your office. Just I want to know your reaction to Will Levis. He's probably watching in the lobby. He's going to get this in 12
can you imagine
seconds.
going from Daniel Jones to Will Levis?
Oh, my God. What do you think of Will Levis?
Double thumbs down.
Not the 2 fingers I thought you were going to show me. Then you just went Scooby right and got flagged.
By the way, they've got Bryce Young after Jackson Smith and Jigba goes to Chicago. Bryce Young to the Panthers.
By the way, if this Ryan Wilson is right, I just lost a stake.
No, you'll lose that stake somehow.
You don't think Will, CJ, or Bryce will go in the first 5?
I think if Will and CJ stay healthy, I think they will. Well, also it depends on quarterback or top 5 in the league quarterback.
No, wait, it would be you that would lose because Will Levis leaps up the draft board and goes 5th and takes Bryce Young's spot.
Saddle up, Lexington. If Will Levis is a top 5 pick, you're about to have a hell of a football season, aren't you?
Jeez, there is no way that guy goes to the top 5, is there? Will Levis?
0 chance.
All right, that is the show today. Chris has got to go to work. We're done with our work today. We're off. The whistle has blown. It's a sheepdog walking past the coyote. See you tomorrow, Bert. Until next time, God bless you. Let's do that. Let's sponsor a time card every day. We check in and out every day. Blow a whistle.
I'm going to start bringing a hard hat and a lunchbox.
Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
I'd love a lunchbox.
Boy, Lunsford's on his way out quickly.